It's fine. It's good. Ah, hello everybody. Everybody who's at home watching us. We've got some changes, and just before our stream starts, we're going to be just doing some tweaking. As you can see, actually, the lights off don't look too bad whatsoever. They look amazing. So, Barclays, could you do me a favour?
Yeah.
Could you sit down right on that there chair?
Their chair. This here chair.
That there chair.
Them
Thank
there's
you.
chair.
And we can see how you look.
Chairs them there.
If you can move slightly to the right, if that's possible, that would be amazing. Perfect. What do you reckon?
Sorry, I'm just
That's all right.
thinking. Yeah. If I can get it higher, that would be dope, but I
Obviously,
don't think
yeah.
I can.
That's okay. There, we're just setting up. We got some pretty cool stuff with it, which I'll talk to you about in a second. But otherwise, if you just hang tight, it'll be great. We won't be long.
Hey,
But I'll keep talking.
Did they write a sticker on this?
can you mute mine?
I can mute the mic. Bear with me. Bear with me. Just
There's still some furry.
Yeah.
Sorry, muted. You couldn't hear me. But anyway, we've got some changes. Good evening, everybody. Well, we're just going to do
You
this again
can't put
quickly.
that there, Sheldon.
And we'll be back in a moment,
It's
just
right in the
while
camera.
we're getting specific things set up.
Yes.
to do this. It's just
No,
too
that's
long.
fine. Hello, everybody. I think we're good. Sorry about the lack of audio. We've just been doing some setup. There's a lot of changes that have been happening, and I'll discuss them in just a couple of minutes. So thanks so much for your patience. This definitely will be this is just a training mode, but yeah, we won't be too much longer, and then we'll get right into it with.
I'm ready.
You're ready.
I'm
Okay.
ready, and that's all that matters.
Amazing. Well, that's amazing.
That's Amara.
Actually, no, I can do this. I'm just going to unmute the other mic.
Alright, so while I'm up, last round, does anybody want anything? Can I get a drink of water?
Chamber pot.
One chamber pot.
Well,
Fantastic.
We're having breaks now, so.
Can I have water?
No, thank you. I'm fine. Appreciate it. All right.
Last call, nothing?
Beautiful.
No.
Water, please.
Water, please.
Water?
Yeah.
You are all sending our slave out. That is so rude.
What? Oh, right.
He asked.
He asks.
Is our slave okay?
Yes, he's just got one.
So I thought you probably does. You didn't.
Oh, I should put my
Yay! I feel good. I'm gonna go in and chat moderate now.
Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, I'll make it a break. That much better.
Oh
Well, I might start with a few announcements if that's okay with everybody.
yeah, it's fine.
Is that cool?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
for it.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for your patience. I know we're a little bit over time, but what I'd love to start with is to show you some of the pretty cool changes that have been happening. We've got new amazing lighting. So,
I can like flick a color if you want.
can you flick a color just so we can see? We got
What
two.
color?
Oh, let's go turquoise.
Ooh, okay.
What's, oh my gosh, we got a turquoise theme happening here.
Oh my God.
What is going on? That's perfect.
I can like do rainbow colors.
What the hell? Does everyone see what's happening right now? So anyway,
Yeah, I can see it.
these light changes. There are amazing tablecloths on these tables for a bit of mood. They're great candles if you haven't seen already, and all this has to do with fantastic work from you guys, Amara, Barclays, Thulrum, Rook, and Gunnar, in no particular order, but the effort you guys have gone to.
It's actually this order.
Or
The order of seating.
Oh, the seating. I did the seating.
I'm the captain now.
I mean, I can't really thank you enough. This is ridiculous.
I think I posted on the Twitter, it was like, our aesthetic is surprising our DM with changes to the set.
I mean, this is nutso. So I hope everybody enjoys this. It took us a little bit longer to get prepared, obviously, because of the changes. So I really appreciate it. Changes. And
That was beautiful.
welcome. What else have I got? So yeah, I just want to thank you guys so much. This is over and above,
How many
and
dice can I set up?
unfortunately, I'm going to be surprised even more by apparently other things.
We got other set things arriving in the mail tomorrow, so
Tune in next week.
tune in next week
If you want
to
to,
see
if you
how
want
we
to see,
upgrade the set.
exactly, if you want to see what's going on, you have to come. Just watch us next week, and you'll be amazed like I am because I have no idea what's happening right now. Excellent. Well, I could go on about how amazing you guys are, and thank you so much.
Do I get to do my shoutouts?
Absolutely. Actually, you go, and then I'll follow suit. So you go, Amara. What would you like to say?
Oh, do I have to? Okay.
Go for it.
Sorry, I interrupted the DM.
Oh, you're fine.
It's
Go
like
for it.
a-
Go.
So, first of all, we have a Twitter.
Woo!
It is at Fates Group, so you can follow us on Twitter. But we also have an Instagram, which is the same username handle. Big news though. Our Twitter hit 100 followers today. So thank you. If you follow us on Twitter, that is so exciting. We have also nearly hit 40 followers on the Instagram. So
Yay.
super crazy. But yeah, it's good times. I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. A couple of other things. So, sorry, I'm eating as well. we've been in contact with a couple of people online, and I just want to give a amazing thank you. First of all, to the Abail Queen. The Abail Queen is really, really cool. She has, she's offered to just give us a really, really cool map which we'll probably use down the track in another battle. What battles? Battles don't happen. These guys aren't going to die. That's fine.
What are you planning?
What am I planning?
What are you planning?
So thank you so much, the Abail Queen. Follow her on Twitter. Another thing that I'd love to shout out is The Last Nerds. The Last Nerds is a group of D&D players overseas in America. They have a podcast. Please check them out. They've kindly invited me to go and potentially at like I think it's in the morning. I think it's not late, but in our time. But do be a guest on their podcast.
We're going international.
Yeah. So
Okay.
ridiculous. So I think that was all the announcement I had. Does anyone have anything they want to say before we?
We love you all. Thank you
Yeah,
for
thank
tuning
you for joining. And one last thing, I don't know if anyone can see it, but we've got some beautiful tablecloths here that was sewed.
Oh, look.
Stitched.
Repeat announcement.
No, absolutely. Obviously, Rook, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Apologies.
right, okay.
But yeah, I man, they're freaking amazing.
That's how impressed I am.
we need a
Some
second.
Swedish
impressed.
velvet.
Swedish.
Swedish velvet. What is that even?
Is that even a thing?
It is now.
Also, just a quick shout out to a couple of people in the chat. Root of All Beers is back. Thank you for coming back and
Thank
checking
you.
us out. Second of all, there is a Twitch user by the name of Kyle Platt in the chat. So shout out to Kyle Platt. And also, last but not least, broken_shadows_Murray6 found us on Twitter.
Wow.
Cool.
That's
So thank
ridiculous.
Is that Bill Murray?
What?
I hope so.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us, guys.
I don't know.
I really appreciate it. And look, we might as well get started because these guys are waiting. You know, they're waiting for
You
us
left
to.
us on a cliffhanger. I want to find
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm going to recap for everybody. One more thing. We're going to start putting these videos on YouTube so that you can go back and look at them. So for anyone that is wanting to see where the parties really come from, that will be available to you. So we're gonna start organising that ASAP. So I appreciate your patience with that. Okay, I've got the music, I've got stuff. So let's head in.
Yay.
I'm super nervous, so let's do this. Okay. So, Fate's Grip. Last we left off, you ended the fight with the creature demonic called Morak, and being under your control and then disappearing. The celestial Mal, admitting that he had been watching you from the very start of your journey together, having judging you high above the rest of other heroes of Corvair, and fit to take on the challenging paths ahead. Mal, this planetar creature, gifted Rook the ability to sense demonic creatures at will, as he sees fit, and also told of Frazo Blue, an archdevil who, through illusion and trickery, had risen high in the layers of Hell or Khyber, and seeks 3 large green emeralds, powerful stones, supposedly the source of the calamity that approached and decimated Sire. Thuriso, the Archmage, one of the 12, bid you farewell, and you were teleported to the cogs below Shan, where you found the Coggenfresh, an establishment of House Galander and Orlix, a halfling patron of this inn, who showed you his prized possession, a genie, who had been steadily supplying the halfling with wishes, but Rook, wishing to see what effect these wishes have had on Orlix, saw that these were twisted to suit the powerful elemental's whim. Convincing the halfling to let the intelligent being free, he invited you to his home, stating that House Lyranda had access
had access to his realm in the Mulgrave University here to return Prince Soloy Adevac's belongings, including the wind blade that Barclays holds. As you made your way back up to the inn, you spied all at once an ally, long since forgotten, but here, Osei, the vampire, whom you let free at the very beginning in Miss Marsh, and who was tasked herself with trying to find the other draconic prophecies. And thus, it seems like she had found one, for she took out of her cloak an ancient parchment, holding it up high with a grin on her face, but not before. Suddenly, burly hands and arms took her by the throat and dragged her out of the inn. With a shout, she left, and we left off with Rook, Barclays, you two at the very back of the inn, looking at the tables in front of you, and the rest of you, bar Thulrom, sitting at the table closest to the front of the inn, and Thulrom outside, somewhat not in view. So, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna look at Gunnar and be like, what the heck? What the heck? Let's go get her.
Quick question. They returned?
They've returned. You're all in the same room.
Okay.
Good to clarify. You're all in the same room, and there are crowds of people still that are sort of only impassively looking at what's transpired and the shout coming from Osei, this female vampire, but she's no longer in visible view of the inn.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
I'm up and going straight after her.
Okay. You both, Barclays and Rook, see Amara and Gunnar just stand and start racing out the door.
Let's go.
Barclays? Orlix, are you accompanying us?
A forlorn, still, sad look on his face, looking up and says, I don't have the courage here. Go.
Steel yourself while you can. We may need your help yet. A strong conjurer could bring support to us in our journey. May even make you feel better. Barclays.
Just take heart. We'll be back, my friend. We'll be back. Let's have at them.
Thulrom?
I'm outside.
Speaking of, as Amara and Gunnar, as you both scamper outside, the first thing you see to your left, on the floor, motionless, a still unconscious looking dragonborn.
He's dead.
That's normal. Quick, let's go.
He's dead. We should probably leave him.
Wait, can we see Osei at this point?
Okay, make a perception check for me.
Oh no.
What's the weather like?
You are underneath the cavernous rock that you can hardly see the sky. The cogs being a layer underneath the main city is almost completely covered by an enormous ceiling of stone, carved out, but you can see little snippets of sky where the buildings come through, and you can see through there that it's mid-afternoon, fine day, but otherwise the entire environment around you is lit up by lava rivers on either side of you.
Where is he go?
I rolled a 12.
A 12? You can see them, but even from the very short amount of time it took you to get up and race, they've already started to go around the corner, down another alley.
Is it shadowy?
It is, yes. It is shadowy in some areas. You spy a particular point about
I have to be able to see.
a few blocks away that you can get closer in an instant, but it will still be probably about 60 feet away.
Yeah, whatever, I perceive to be the quickest route to get there, I'm gonna, look at Gunnar and unconscious Thulrom and just be like, follow me when you can! And then I'm just gonna,
Take me with you.
I can't do that!
Oh, okay.
And then I'm gonna just try and get there the fastest way possible, whether
Okay.
that be me dashing or whether that be me disappearing into the shadows and reappearing.
Okay, you can reappear in the shadows immediately. So, Gunny, you watch as Amara looks at a particular spot, probably about a dozen houses and inns away, and all of a sudden she's there, much further away from you, probably halfway between you and the quarry. But they have then quickly moved behind another inn. Barclays and Rook. But at this point, you've come out and you've seen Gunner, and you don't see Amara, but you can make perception checks if you want to have a look around.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Did I also see me pass
Can you heal
Yes,
him,
you see-
Barclays? Can you heal him?
Ah, yes, I can heal him. He's on the ground again.
Yep. Again.
This is fair.
You're unconscious.
I think it's a good night.
Yeah, I'm probably wanting to go over to Thulrom and suss him out first.
Okay, make a medicine check.
What's it called? You are going to be getting a 15 from me.
A 15. Sort of patting him down a bit, having a feel of the chest and the breathing to see whether it's laboured or steady. It's a steady breath. And you gather a scent of chloroform, or that sort of spicy, I guess, chemical, or something similar that is used for something like knocking someone out. There's no wounds on him. He just seems like he's been affected by that sort of effect.
That sort of non-magical effect.
Can you want to do what you want to do while I think about what I'm about to do?
Well, I go. Can you? Do you say anything about the smell?
Okay, yeah, as I reach down and I notice that it smells like chloroform. Why I know what chloroform smells like, I'm not sure.
You're a lonely guy.
Maybe if you take your shoe off and let him smell your sock.
Would salt help with?
Yeah, with that medicine check, you would gather that either time passing
Yeah.
or some sort of I guess what would you call it? Like a adverse effect, like something like salt would help. Yes.
Yeah. I don't have salt on me though. So
What would you roll on your perception checks though? Quickly?
3. Oh,
Okay.
4 in total.
Cool.
Yeah.
14.
14. You see Amara, and she's chasing after whatever has then disappeared around a corner.
Alright, I turned to Rook and said, look, I might go after Amara. She might need some support. I can move pretty quickly. Whilst I'm on my way, maybe you can get salt from the bar.
I'll head back into the tavern and see what I can gather.
All right. Gunner.
So, did you say all of that out loud about salt and like? I'm kind of like thinking like salt, sulfur, maybe something similar, something strong and pungent. Would Kips have any ability to kind of like breathe any smoke, or like being a small dragon creature, does he have anything like that? Would I know of?
Make another medicine check for me, just to see whether that sort of thing could affect Thulrom and bring him back to consciousness.
That's a natural 19 for a total of 19.
Okay. Oh yeah. You reckon that some sort of acrid scent like smoke would definitely bring him back.
Kips, can you help him out?
Yes, I certainly can.
I'll
And
make sure I'll get you lots of bugs.
bugs, you say? Well, now that you put it like that, and he
I'll get you a big juicy one.
now is
Well,
immediately
I'll fill it
afterward.
like-
Is this?
Yeah, that will be my next priority.
And in no time, you see Kips, this small red dragon-like servant, slither out from underneath your collar and slide down the side of your body and slither over to Thulrom, onto the back and directly underneath the nostrils. Lets out this, and Rook, you've turned and you can see this occurring as you're going into the inn. See this billowing black grey smoke coming out from this creature's mouth, and a moment passes, and suddenly, Thulrom, you are almost suffocating, though now conscious, looking up at this black smoke around you, like there's a fire going on. But you look up and you see this small, familiar-looking draconic face that's sort of creeping up. You can see these familiar, tiny, shiny scales along your neck, and you feel its small body on you.
I say, you saved me, Kips. It makes sense that it was you.
Hey, I helped.
Dragon.
I asked him to.
Thank you, Gunnar. So Thulrom dusts himself up and stands up. How do I feel?
You feel a fair bit groggy, but otherwise you haven't lost any. You haven't lost any vigor. You just feel a little bit dizzy at the moment.
Is he hungover?
It's a similar feeling, but it's not because of drink.
Dude, what do I remember about
Yeah.
being chloroformed?
You were looking out while the rest of the party was in to gather information, and while you were looking out, you did notice something that you remember, and on the shoulders of a couple of thug-looking people, 2 orcs in fact, with these dark green skinned and these short cream-looking tunics on, muscular. They were heading straight for you, and before you could really understand if they were going to pass you or if they were going to go straight to you, you felt this cloth over your face, and before you passed out, you saw on their shoulders a tattoo of a large serpent on each of them.
Serpent?
Serpent.
Alright. So I turn to Gunnar and I say, I got jumped by orcs again. They chloroformed me and they had some kind of serpent tattoo on their arm. Serpent tattoo on their arm.
Does that ring a bell with me?
I mean, just the term serpent, not really.
Does that ring a bell to me?
Looking at them, you do. Just make a straight intelligence check for me.
Me or him?
Thulrom.
Okay.
You're the one that actually saw them.
Straight intelligence.
13.
13. You recall that it's the same looking serpent that may have been on emblems surrounding those at a particular inn, the Penguin Pit, and some of the people that called themselves the Venerable, the Thieves Guild. And you feel like these might have been lackeys or servants of the mistress.
So I convey all that to Gunnar while I'm dusting myself off. Do I see
Yeah.
these 2?
Yeah, you do.
Can I say, Thulrom, why have we found you here?
I got jumped by orcs. Again.
This seems to be a
Did you recognize anything of them?
The Venerable.
The Venerable? Anything that's...
Lackeys.
What makes you say that?
They had... Their sigil was tattooed on their arm. But they were lackeys. Just henchmen. They had no real power.
And what was their sigil?
The serpent.
Gunnar and... Sorry, one moment. Barclays, you run off for a mile, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Barclays
he
and
does.
Gunnar, I have a feeling that we do need to head towards the sleeping snake.
Lead the way.
First, we need to make sure our friends are heading in a similar direction. Knowing the direction that Barclays has run and of what Ulrich told us, are they going in the direction of what?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they are going in that direction, correct. You see Barclays just start racing. Make an athletics check for me, Barclays.
I'm also looking around just to see whether it's going to be faster via the streets or if I should head to the rooftops.
Okay, no worries.
Actually, can I head to the rooftops?
With that perception check, and the way you know the cogs, it is
down the bottom.
It is down the bottom. It is
Yeah.
below the lower layer, the lowest of the low. It's where the industrial section of the city resides, and it is very close to just nature's fire, so lava pools, and you don't feel like there is a second level to this.
Yeah.
It's simply one massive plain of smoke and metalworks and blacksmiths. There's just no other way around.
Are the streets crowded?
Looking around, you see that in fact they are. For an afternoon, and you're not overly surprised. It's very much a gathering of people, workmen, people carrying things around, warforged dwarves. And you are, as you're running, in fact, shuffling past people. Although they don't seem to take too much interest in the goings on of what you're doing.
Oh, I'm doing the finesse. I'm pretty good at moving quickly.
Well, make an athletics check for me first.
You're flipping the whole way.
Well, acrobatics as well. Like,
It'll be
I see a
athletic.
big guy in front of me, and I'm like, how can I do this? Should I go to his legs or over the top of his
Oh,
shoulder?
you need to slide underneath.
Yeah, I'm going to slide underneath one, and I'm going to go over the shoulders of another.
Okay, if you're describing it that way, it'll be either athletics or acrobatics, whichever's great.
Well, I can combine.
It'll probably be
I
acrobatics.
just rolled a 15. I rolled a 16 for athletics. No, I rolled a 17 for athletics.
Okay.
And that would be a 20 for acrobatics.
So you will watch as Barclays quickly disappears behind the view of many a worker, and you see him duck underneath, swivel around. You see him almost cartwheel over a large warforge that you didn't think anyone could really do in a single leap, but he did it. Barclays, the flexible.
Has anyone seen?
You are a
I
snake.
have a feeling it's
You
going
are a
to come
snake,
back.
so.
Has anyone
me,
seen
they're flexible.
Hot Fuzz? You know when he's jumping over the fences and stuff.
Oh
Doing
yes,
the
yes,
flip
yes,
that's
absolutely, correct.
Can
All
I
right.
still see Amara though? Just
Yes,
see her.
yes.
I
But
want
she's
to, for all intents and purposes, if it's going to be quicker for me to like catch up, I'll just keep trying to shadow step
All right,
as much as I can.
from this point though, you can't see as you turn the corner, Amara.
If
you,
it's possible.
Sure. As you turn the corner, you actually see to directly to your right a thin pool of lava that's running down the river to your left, probably a good 10 feet away, and that heat starts to now make you feel a little uncomfortable. As you look to your right, you see the row of buildings that have hid these two assailants are next to you. And looking over, you see down a very long, thin alleyway, essentially, where there are barrels and crates that are broken or burnt. Where they might have been a bit too close to the lava pools, but they are. You see them. You see the two, and they are holding what looks to be a limp Osei in their arms, and they are actually racing away from you. They are quite quick. But you don't see around you any.
How far away are they?
They're a good 50 feet away.
50 feet. Oh, I can't do that.
But for this, to keep up with them, I need you to make an athletics check, please.
Oh, I'm not really well. I'm okay at it, but I rolled my stats really bad, and I rolled a really bad number. I rolled a 7.
A 7?
Plus 3.
Okay, all right.
Well done.
Weirdly enough, even though you're a little bit concerned about the lava and you're keeping a wide berth, and your sweat starts to now appear in small beads on your face, you're actually catching up to them. They're holding a heavy load, and as you run towards them, you see them get slightly larger and larger and larger, and you can hear now from this closeness. You're probably about only 30 feet away from as you end your turn, essentially, but you can hear them now speaking in guttural tones. You don't know Orcish, do you?
No.
That's all right. You don't understand.
Can I try and, like, as I'm running, like, throw 2 darts at them?
Absolutely. Go ahead and make 2 attack rolls.
Oh.
While you do that, actually no, I'll finish this one off.
Oh, the first one was very good. It was a 23.
23.
And the second one was not as good. A 15.
A 15. The first one hits.
Yay! So they will take a whole d4. So 3 plus 3, so 6. 6 damage.
Okay. You aim the first one and
I want to go right for like the back of the knee.
back to the knee. All right. So As you do, you see it stick and stay in the back of the tendons, and you see it go into one of the two tendons that make up the back of that kneecap, and you see one of them stumble a little bit. Look behind, you can see this heavily tattooed orcish face, and it's ugly with scarring and these really dark tattoos underneath that go sort of behind the ear. He looks behind you, behind him, with these two large fangs, and yells this guttural yell at this other orc next to him, and they quicken their pace. They don't seem to have been too disabled by it.
Damn it.
What's everyone else doing?
Well, can I let, I would like to let Amara know that I'm catching up.
Okay. Message?
Yeah,
Sure.
message. So I actually have woven a little bit of that copper wire into my sleeve. So
Sounds good.
Amara, can you hear me?
Yes!
I'm catching up. I'm behind you. Keep going. Great job. Not too far away.
If you can shoot them, please do it!
I see. Can I see them?
You just turn the corner, but they're probably about 80 to 90 feet away.
Whoa. Did you want me to tackle them?
If you can run as fast as me, sure!
What are my chances? I can't really see them.
I don't know,
Are they big?
Barclays!
Right. Done. Can I see them?
Yes, you can.
Dimension door.
Okay. Alrighty. Sure.
So, I'm like, okay, door. And I was straight through the door, and I'm going to place the door in front of them.
How close?
I'm going to say 10 feet in front
Okay.
to allow me to get into position
All right.
strategically.
Okay.
Battle Master Barclay.
Amara, you see that for some reason Barclays had the best of you with speed, and he suddenly just comes into existence, and it's 10 feet. And 10 feet for two burly orcs carrying a lot of weight is not enough for them to stop. They are surprised and they rush into you. Make a dexterity saving throw to try and avoid them.
Avoid them?
Well, actually, do you want to avoid them or do you want them to be headlong into you?
Are they, but only one's carrying Osei, right?
They're both carrying Osei.
It's like carrying
one
a
in the
girl through the streets.
one at the top, like half, and the other on the bottom half, opposite sides.
I'm impressed by this, because to run like that, they must be, I can understand what they would
It's
be.
like
They
the
would be like, keep in step, keep in step.
Yeah, and they are doing so.
I would like to trip, if I can. So go low and see if I can take out the legs.
Still a dexterity saving throw then, if that's okay.
Yeah?
First,
Okay, cool.
to see if you can get into position and avoid just a clash.
Yeah, okay.
Was it bad or good?
13.
13. Okay, you manage to duck and avoid. It's such a quick set of events that you avoid them, but the leg or whatever limb you were going to go out to try and trip them doesn't seem to occur, as you just duck away and just slip slightly on the ground, and they look past, but they do in fact fall over because of the shock of seeing someone right in front of them, and they do just tumble onto the ground, rocks scattering everywhere. One of the orcs, actually I will roll for this. Not enough.
Into the lava.
One of the orcs just flays around, and one of the hands of his goes into this lava pool, and you hear as bubbling appears, and this of this orc screams as his hand gets flown out, and you can see this, and you can smell this acrid flesh burning from his hands, and you can see that there's blackening and red appearing now along the forearm. One moment. What's everyone else doing?
Is it possible for us to follow after Barclays?
Absolutely.
Right,
They went this way.
Make an athletics check if you want to do so.
Yeah.
Okay, they just went this way.
Thulrom's not super worried about jostling some folks in the crowd. I'm just going to try and charge through it as hard as I can. I don't
In
wanna fall
which
over.
case, I'll get you to make either a strength check or an athletics check. Your
Strength.
choice.
Strength.
Rook, what are you doing? As you're, you
I'm,
follow suit?
After directing him that Barclays went in there, I'm following behind.
Yeah, athletics for me.
Yeah.
Gunnar, what are you doing?
Follow.
Okay, once more. That'll be great. If you're happy to run, if you want to run, I'll get you to make athletics as well.
Can I?
15.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on, Rook.
I envision Thulrom running in front of me, and
Absolutely clearing a path.
yeah, I'm using him as the ambulance and just
Yep.
tailgating behind.
Sounds good. All right. Athletics there.
What an awesome
6.
No, that's a 7.
Oh right, 7. Sorry,
It's
I
going to be a
can't
big
count.
difference.
11.
11. Okay. Thulrom, you have no trouble just pushing people aside, and people are a little bit roughed up and look at you a little bit with disdain. But with your height and that push that you're using, that strength, they are not really coming back at you. They are just making a path, and you are moving through. You look behind you. You see Rook fairly close behind, but Gunnar is having trouble keeping up. But you do eventually get to a point where you two turn around the same corner that Barclays and Amara went, and you see before you, a fair way off, the lava river is thin, and the look of 2 or 3 people on the ground, and Barclays behind, Amara a little bit closer to you. Gunnar.
Can I just ask Kips, I'll do it telepathically this time, to take flight and just keep an eye up from above so I can follow from a distance?
Sure. Do you want to make a perception check for him?
Yep.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. This can only go well.
I can't remember who he is.
It's okay, we just haven't long rested, it's fine.
Yes.
Look, Thulrom was like,
I could use some spell slots back.
Check my spell slots. Oof. We have a long rest there.
His advantage.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Still not great. Perception, you said?
Mm.
Oh, 9.
9? Okay. So you watch as Kips just flies into the air wordlessly, and it takes a moment or two for him to telepathically link back to you, but he does see the scene in front of what Amara and Barclays are currently in. And he's also, about 3 or 4 seconds pass, and he also tells you where Rook and Thulrom have gone.
Cool.
It's not too hard. This particular alleyway doesn't seem to be too crowded. Even so, you see the odd worker, dwarves, a line of 3 dwarves, just backing away at this particular scene in front of all of you, in this alleyway, and just making a wide berth, and they just start to gather themselves and move past whatever is occurring here. Otherwise, empty. Although, Barclays, you're closest. Can you make another perception check for me?
Oh, yeah. 20.
20. Yeah, without a doubt, they weren't far away from their destination. Looking up, you see probably about 3 homes away this titled sign outside of a church or a chapel-like home with a with a triangular red roof, and the sign has a serpent on a shield crescent that's slowly moving back and forth on a post, and it reads "The Sleeping Snake." They were fairly close to their place of, I guess, moving, Osei. At this point, the orcs start to rise. Osei, again, looking unmoving. What are you doing?
Would I understand how far away Osei is in feet?
In feet, probably about 70 feet away from you.
And the orcs shouldn't be too about the same
Correct.
distance. In which case,
In a heap.
yeah, I'm heading towards the encounter that's taking place.
Okay, so are you running towards it?
Yeah, and I'm pulling out arrow and getting it knocked in my bow.
Okay. As you run easily, as you've done many times before, Rook, the arrow comes out and in one smooth, fluid motion is in the notch, ready to fire. What else is everyone else doing?
So the orcs are on the ground.
Yeah.
Where is Osei in the mix?
She's sort of in between them. She just fell in a heap, and
Right.
she's sort of in between this small lava stream that's smoking and bubbling slightly, and the row of houses to the other side.
I just say to myself, charred orcs, interesting. And I reach into a little pouch and pull out a little bit of fur, and I go, and I cast enhance ability, and that would be bull strength.
Okay.
I'm
Casting it
gonna-
on yourself.
Yep.
All right.
And then I'm going to try and get Osei out.
Okay. For the purpose of this, then you utter the spell under your breath, and you can feel your arms start to grow, and the leg muscles start to expand, as though you've done some sort of weightlifting competition. You can feel yourself just bulk out, and you almost appear that you've sort of expanded in size in all limbs and chest, and you can and you just start lumbering forward. But you are basically a small Hulk version of Barclays as you stride forward. What are you doing with Osei?
I'm going to pull her out.
Okay.
And take off.
Okay, make a strength check as you approach her quickly.
Oh wait, was that really bad? Is that what that was?
Yeah. So that is a strength check. So bull strength. The target has advantage on strength checks.
Oh, well then go for it.
So that
Advantage.
was a 1.
Yep, fantastic. Advantage.
That's a 2. So clearly, this is all just aesthetics, isn't it?
You try and lift her. She's a dead weight. She's
Yeah.
breathing. You can see her eyes are closed, but she is not budging from her spot. You can see that she's in a bit of a small gully, if you will. So perhaps that's preventing a bit of that lift. But she's heavy set. The orcs now start to.
Can I try before one of
Please.
them gets up? The one that has its arm in the lava, I know it's like retracted it. Am I able to try and like put my foot on him and like push him further into the lava?
Push him further in.
Yeah.
Sure. This will probably be equivalent to say a grapple if you're just trying to push him into it, or are you just stepping?
I just want to like shove my leg straight down
Okay.
into him.
Make an attack roll for me then.
Unarmed.
Unarmed.
Strike.
Yeah.
Strike. An unarmed strike.
I'm sure.
Oh. Never mind. It was a natural 1.
Okay. He's flailing around and
Plus
you.
6. 7.
7? Still not quite enough. You stamp your foot and he dodges it, but he looks up at you with this hand that now looks like 2 fingers have been just melted off and bone exposed. And he looks up at you with his meaty green hand. Not in common, he says, "No, stop, please!" What do you, Thulrom and Gunnar? You guys have come around the corner at this point, and you see a submissive-looking orc with this burnt hand a ways off in the distance, probably about 90 feet away. It's hard to tell, but you can see that Barclays is trying to pull Osei away from the danger, and Amara and Rook are closing in. What are you doing?
So I just see the one orc.
You see another. He seems to be just sort of shaking his head and trying to understand what just happened.
I'm going to use my full movement speed to move toward that walk as fast as I can.
All right. You race up, and you do get quite close to the scene. You're probably still about 20 feet away, but you're nearly there.
Are you ready, my mason ship?
All right. You can hear this slight hiss in your mind. This Dolibariux in your head. The mace speaks to you and it says, Forget them. Bigger quarry awaits. What are you doing, Gunnar? Make another athletics check, if that's okay with you.
18 minus 2.
Okay.
16.
16 is enough. You manage to catch up to Thulrom and are again that 20 feet away from the scene as well. You're all within about 20 to 30 feet away from each other, trying to avoid that small lava river beside you, about 10 feet off. But this is a very hot, acrid part of the cogs. The orc that is sort of holding his head and just wondering how the heck this being just appeared in front of him, looks over to his companion who has this arm that's now disabled and looking around, looks at each of you and says in common, "What do you want?"
You can let go of our friend and you can tell us why you were taking her.
She was needed.
By who?
Our mistress. She has a piece of the puzzle that our master requires.
You wouldn't be talking about Byseilu, would you?
That's the name we've heard.
Where is she?
Here. And he holds his hand up, this muscly green arm towards the inn. The sleeping servant. The sleeping snake, apologies.
I don't know if we're ready for this.
Yes, why don't you be a good orc and hand her over?
Good orc.
What will you do to us?
Well, you see that little orange pool over there? Actually, that big pool over there, the stream?
The one that melted your arm.
Yeah.
Yes. I see it.
Doesn't look very nice to swim in, hey?
No, I don't think it would be nice to go for a swim in there.
No, I would not think so either.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna throw you in that lava.
What?
I'm gonna throw you in that lava.
No, please!
There's more of us than there are of you.
I can see that.
Should we do it?
Yeah, well, I'm no lava lifeguard. I mean, if he was fell in, I couldn't get him out.
It would be a shame.
Please! What do you want?
Maybe for you to leave and never come back.
It will be done. And he immediately gets up and holds the wounded orc and lifts him, who's just growling under his breath as he just holds his elbow as this other flesh is melting off still, and he starts leading him away from where you are.
I want to say stop.
They stop and they turn towards you.
I'm going to look at them like as menacingly as humanly possible, and I'm going to, in their minds, in Orcish, say, if you tell Byseilu about this, we will find you.
Make an intimidation check.
Well, I'd like to add to that, actually. I'd probably suggest going the other way and not to your clubhouse over there.
Okay. They were actually heading away from the sleeping snake, but if you wanted to reiterate, you can certainly do that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll probably still say from what your words were, it's not going to be advantage or anything. But
No, that's fine.
what'd you get?
That was a nice 12.
Nice 12. Okay. They sort of look at each other and fearfully, it seems, give you a bit of a slow nod. We won't go back in there. We won't tell her.
And I just keep staring at them. I don't say anything else.
They start to... One of them, the wounded one, still looks back at you while the other guides this wounded one away and back into the cogs. Does anyone else want to do anything, talk to these orcs at all?
Have we all caught up? Or?
Yeah, you've all caught up by now. You're all quite close to the scene. You all heard this interaction.
Make sure they don't take them.
Can I do... Running in this direction, have we passed the sleeping snake then?
No, it's still in front of you. It's still... Now, you now recognise the vision that you had.
Yeah.
And the direction in which the Great Axe spoke to you. That you recognise in front of you that familiar building, the inn of the Sleeping Snake, only a couple of houses down.
Yeah.
Built, this particular one, now that you look a bit further, looks to be the end of this alley. And it looks to be this particular inn is built into the rock. And you can just see that the very end of this inn, so it's probably about 50 or 60 feet long and about 20 or so feet wide. Not a big space at all, but you can see that the end of it is built into the rock. So it sort of ends and it stays. It's there.
Someone check Osei for the prophecy. Make sure the orcs haven't taken it.
I'll check quickly.
Investigation check for me.
Ooh. 16.
16. As you rummage through, you open up her black and red cloak, a familiar sight. She's doesn't seem to have been wearing. She hasn't worn anything else since you saw her.
Put that
And
fabric back down again.
she's wearing like common clothes underneath. Black shirt, black pants. But you rummage through. You notice she has pockets inside of her cloak, and as you rummage through, you notice that she has some gold coins. You see that she has a piece of parchment that has a writ of passing. It seems to be some sort of admittance to different levels and different places in Shan, as well as between borders, between Breland and other countries. And you take a moment and you feel around, you feel another piece of parchment. You lift it out and you already feel a hum and a slight vibration in this folded prophecy. It seems to be at least what she was carrying and what she showed you in the inn briefly. And it's a familiar feeling. You'd felt it before back in Dragon Crown.
Thulrom's gonna turn to each of them and say, "Are we going to face Byseilu, or should we flee this place?" Byseilu.
Well, I just quickly let them know that.
Yeah.
It's not here.
Byseilu is an important target for us to take now, but judging from the sleeping snake being embedded into the rock face of the cogs, I don't know how large it is. In my vision, using a locate object, it seemed like it was a ways down. We should be prepared for this.
I think we need to rest. Whoa, I've never sobered up so fast in my entire life. I mean, I've never sobered up before, but it's not a nice feeling. I don't like it. Let's please rest, for the love of God.
Well, she probably expecting him back. The orc.
Yeah, but she
Did he
doesn't
hear?
know where we are.
The orcs both of them have started to move away. You can see them now. They've since that discussion and the investigation of Osei, they've reached the very edge of that alley where the main thoroughfare, the main large, wide road.
Let them go?
Yeah.
How far away from the Cog and Fresh?
Tell her.
You're probably about a couple of 100 feet away. Yeah, probably a couple of 100 feet.
Okay. I say we get off the streets. This might be a good idea to perhaps maybe go back. We could go back to the Cog and Fresh unless you can see somewhere else we could go.
They're gonna tell her.
No,
No, they went the other way.
No, I spoke to them. I spoke to them. They will not be telling her.
I can stop them. Okay.
Save yourself. Let's not create more of a scene. Let's go and rest and make sure we're very prepared for tomorrow. Because I am not leaving Shan until we take this bitch down.
Well, yeah, we're gonna need to finish what we started.
Despite his poor judgments, I think Olex would be okay to take us back. What do you think, Rook?
Gunnar, how much of conjuring do you know of? Or conjuring spells?
I don't know anything, really. I can't do them. Do I know anything about them?
Do you what, sorry?
Do I know anything about conjuration spells?
I kind of check.
That's a natural one. But I could actually. Hang on. I'm gonna.
Wait, what?
That was a big reveal, guys. Thanks so much.
That's what we.
Session's ended, yeah.
That's all that matters this session.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my psionic talent. So you see him like think for a second and be like glazed over, like there's nothing between his ears, and then he sort of starts to like, you know how when he transforms and his like body starts to glow with that golden kind of light.
Garnet transforms.
Yeah, you've seen him.
I'm joking.
Oh, okay. So yeah, like when he transforms into that sort of psionic energy form, similar to that, it looks like he's glowing a little bit, and I'm going to use that. That's not bad. So that's a 12.
12 in total.
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna for a moment you with the exercise and the
Sorry, 11.
11. Thank you. With the exercise and the out of breath, trying to catch up to the party for a moment, you had a mind blank. You didn't remember the schools of magic, but then you mentally kick yourself because of course you do. You know all of the schools of magic, but for some reason, even then, the conjuration school, one of that you know, is the bringing into the fray and under control beings of other planes of existence or beasts, great beasts. If the spell is powerful enough, you are not 100% sure as to much more information than that. You know the school. You might know a spell or two that other people have cast to bring small rats and other beings here and there. There is even from your memory a way to dismiss them as well, but not a lot more comes to mind initially.
So there are different schools, and that's one of them. The way I cast magic is different normally to how people would conjure things. So I don't really know much more than that. Why?
I'm wondering if our friend, he's been to the Sleeping Snake a number of times apparently. Possible that he could be able to teleport us in there?
Which friend?
Alex.
Oh. Is that the guy you went downstairs with?
Correct, yes.
Oh.
Can
we trust him?
He owes us, and he owes the house. He knows this.
Did you just make a rhyme?
I did. I do that. That's what I do.
So
In
effortless.
song? I can put it in a song.
So
In a song?
effortless. No, that sounded like a rap.
What's a rap?
Never mind. You're so uncultured.
Guys,
The word's flat.
guys, please,
Okay, let's go sleep.
let's go.
So where are you heading?
Back to the
Let's go back to the Cog and Fresh.
Okay.
the Cog and Fresh.
So
Thulrum, how in the hell do you deal with this headache?
I drink. I sleep. And every now and then I get chloroformed, and that kind of clears it out a little bit as well.
Ugh. Ugh.
Come
That's
on,
all
it's
of
not
mine.
that bad.
all right. So
As she
you
looks into my soul.
Brooke, you feel as though a piece has been taken. You all make your way slowly but with purpose back with your quarry. Who is anyone who's carrying Osei, because she's still unconscious?
I'll carry Osei.
Yeah,
Okay.
the strongest person should do that.
Can I do a strength check?
I'll let you make another one. Yes.
Come on,
That
redeem. The redeeming
make it
roll.
take advantage, obviously, because of the full strength.
I'll take the first roll. That would be 19.
Okay. Without effort, you now that you've taken the draconic prophecy, who have you given that to? Who now has that?
I've given it to Headache Girl.
Okay, Amara, you've taken this piece of parchment for some reason. Osei is now quite a bit lighter, and with that burden put aside, you lift her with both hands, and you slowly head back the crowds of people now, for the most part, still there. It's a little bit quieter, only moments passing, but you make your way back to the Cog and Fresh.
Is Osei she's asleep?
Sounds like a product.
Unconscious.
Yeah, we checked that she's not dead.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And
She-
does she smell?
It ain't fresh unless it's
This
not fresh.
particular time, she actually looks like that she has been knocked out. You see a couple of bruises around the face.
Right, okay. Okay. So I'm not
Yes.
smelling chloroform or
No,
anything
no.
like that. I'm not about to pass out.
That's correct.
Right, cool.
Good, yeah, good to make sure. So, you are back at the inn. And at this point, with the, let's call it revelry that occurred, it's cleared out. There's only one or two tables now which have people that are that were there when you left. Humans and dwarves are drinking, but they are in silent, looking down at their drink. But when they see you all, they sort of give you one quick stare and then go back to drinking. Heads down. Orlix has taken his position once again behind the bar and is simply looking out. You can see a face quite different to when you entered the first time. His stare outward is to oblivion.
Okay.
Orlix, it's possible if we grab a couple of more ales and a good night's rest in one of your...
You've just entered the inn. Are you shouting this over the top? The bar is on the far end.
I'm heading down.
You are heading down. Just clarifying. That's all right.
I'm going to head down the side so it doesn't look like I'm just... Hey everyone,
Sure.
body here.
Are you trying to keep it to yourself a little bit?
Yeah, kind of a bit discreet.
Okay.
Like,
Let's go.
have you seen Weekend at Bernie's?
Yeah. Sure.
So I kind of prop her up, put her under my cloak a little bit. And
That'll
yeah.
need to be a stealth, please.
What about performance?
I'll probably say stealth for this particular one.
All right.
Oh, sorry. No. You know what? That's going to be sleight of hand. Sleight of hand check.
Oh,
please.
okay.
Slide in the body.
I'm not sliding anyone's hand tonight. 5.
All right. Everyone, you walk in, and immediately Barclay starts to try and move her into a position whereby she's not being overly seen, but you accidentally bump her head on the side of the wall, and as you you let out an audible and you turn,
Too many drinks.
and you turn, and the legs now slam against the side as well. With that, actually, with what you just said, you notice that initially they were a bit curious as to what's going on, but with that comment, they sort of, half of them sort of give a sly smile and go back to drinking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at Barclays and hold out the room key that he delivered me, and I'm just gonna be like, "What?
What?
Are you in? Is this for me, or are you intending on sharing my room?"
Well, I've got a special guest now who might need to share your room. I can't go back to a
Wait,
room
hold on a second.
I can't go back
Are
to a
you
room with an
propositioning-
unconscious girl.
Are you
The goal is
propositioning
that she's conscious.
3 people in one room?
No, I will get another room. I will get another room.
I would prefer that if that's okay.
Okay.
No offense.
All right.
Spicy.
She's not looking too good.
So am I taking her or are you taking her?
See.
I'll take her.
Can you take it
Yeah.
discreetly?
Yes? Question mark?
All right. I maneuver.
Okay. I'll need you to make a strength check, please, Amara, if that's okay.
Oh man, you better not drop it.
My modifier is really good for this.
Oh, good.
That's
I'm
what we
gonna
hope.
use a different dice. Give me a kraken. Oh, it's not that bad. See you later. It is a -1, so it's a 15 instead of a 16.
Okay. It takes you a moment to shift her weight, but you seem to be carrying her ever so gracefully.
Can I weekend at Bernie's her and
Yeah.
or arm around underneath her arms
Sure.
and just kind of trying to walk. the
support rather than carry.
Yeah.
Sure.
I
Yep.
already
Yep.
tried that and banged her head in the
Hey.
table, so hopefully.
river. Hey, Barclays, look, I can do it.
She seems to
Yes,
be
I
doing.
see.
Yeah, she seems to be performing well. Brooke, as you went up to the bar and you asked Orlix for a room and drinks,
Mhm.
he turns to you and says, "Welcome back. Yes, you can have rooms 1 to 5.
Oh, look, there's no hard feelings about previously, is there?
Of course not. It's not your doing. I'm ashamed. I should not be. I should not be. I should not be having this establishment. My reputation, my honor is depleted. I'll talk to Barclays and discuss perhaps relieving me of this responsibility, this place.
Is this what makes your frown so low? Are you worried of what will be of you after tonight's turning of events?
I can guarantee they will find me. They will enact some sort of payback for me potentially being too greedy.
These, the jinn.
I am afraid so. Which is why I don't want to have this place desecrated or destroyed. I feel like I should take my leave of this, so any enactment of revenge happens only to me. I feel like I'm House Galander, and of course Barclays doesn't deserve their establishment to be impacted.
And tell me, Orlix, how long have you actually been servicing this tavern for? After your last wish to be alone?
Good 15 years.
15 years you've been serving faithfully to this tavern.
He nods slowly.
15 years is a long time for any race. Pretty sure 15 years serving well in the cogs is something to be honoured. Though your transgressions may have been, I'm sorry, somewhat selfish. Barclays is
Handsome man.
I hear that and it comes through my mouth for some reason. He's a
What are you
handsome man.
talking about me?
But
I cannot deny it.
he's also one that you may be able to convince to keep this. What makes you think that you should leave these things now? The genie said himself that your previous wishes won't be taken from you.
I'm just concerned. Perhaps it is a conversation I can have with Barclays, if you please. But the rooms are yours, and obviously the drinks are as well. Make peace, and again, I apologize for any danger I might have put you in, and perhaps I apologize in advance for any future danger.
It's interesting what you say. The biggest thing that catches my ear is make peace. Maybe you should make peace with what you've done and look forward to the future. There's no reason why you shouldn't leave this establishment. And I'll speak to Barclays on your behalf. But from now, you should be looking forward to your future and what you can do. And you speak of honor, the things you may be able to do. There's a lot of rife in this place and something that we may need assistance with. So I will take my leave tonight and sleep, and you too should, my friend. And let's see how tomorrow morning's events unfold.
Very well. I will take my leave, and perhaps in the morning, some change of mind may occur. Thank you for the kind words, Rook.
And I take the second down and go upstairs.
All right. He hands you a set of keys,
Yeah.
which going upstairs you do find that they are with into the rooms. Simple, one bedded, with.
Before I head
Oh,
completely
please,
up,
please.
can I do a survey and see where Thulrom and Gun
Yeah.
is?
What are you guys up to?
You go first.
I'm downstairs in the common room,
Mm-hmm.
warming myself by a fire. Is there a fire?
There is not.
There's
No.
Is there a fireplace?
There is not. It's simply a rectangular small room
It's a pretty
where
humid place.
you saw Amara take Osei, and is heading. Is just the exchange from Barclays and Amara has just occurred. But otherwise, the room is empty, sparing the humans and dwarves
No.
on a couple of tables.
No, well, if there's no fire, I'm going to bed.
Okay.
Do I see him walk off?
Yes, you do.
Just before he goes, I'm like, Thorum,
I make my way to Barclays.
that's my favourite dragon gun.
Some orc chloroformed me, but ironically, the hand that he used to chloroform me got burned off.
Ah, yes, no one messes with you, eh?
It was a good day.
Am I in the vicinity of this conversation?
Yeah.
Can I say, it wouldn't be hard to chloroform you with those big dragon noses?
I say, we could make this entertaining. Should we take it outside? What I will say, though...
And I punch him in the shoulder and hand him the other ale.
I take the ale. It's big so that I can breathe fire out of it, but yes.
If you get a chance, you might want to go to Amara's room. Our little friend is in there as well, and she's roughed up a bit. I think she's been touched up a few times, and she might need some special healing.
That sounds like the worst idea in the world. I definitely don't want to go in there, both because it's sus and also Amara will beat me. So she's tired.
She is tired. I think her hangover will probably hold her back. But what I will say is maybe we might be able to get some information from our little friend.
Lead the way, Barclays.
I was going to go to the bar.
No, I'm not doing that on my own.
Do I hear any of this as I'm walking up the stairs? Do I hear all of this?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't specified that they want to keep their voices down.
I'm gonna like
No, okay.
look at Osei as if she's like conscious, and then I'm gonna be like, wait, what? And then I'm gonna like, and then I'm gonna look at these two, and I'm gonna be like, I'm not deaf. I can hear you.
Yeah, so can I. It's okay, Kip. He doesn't mean that.
This is quite an uncomfortable occurrence. I feel like I should make haste and also rest before this becomes uncomfortable.
Yes, we'll go to bed then.
I
Take
did.
no offense, my hungover companion. It's going to be fine.
Don't touch me.
Yes.
Please don't.
Please don't beat us out of anger.
Alright.
Oh, hold on.
One too many beers.
Say that once more. Is that you admitting that I'm stronger than you?
No, just that you beat me when you're angry.
I've never beaten you when I'm angry.
Tune into previous episodes.
Thulrum,
Please do.
Thulrum, I've saved your life.
That's true. You have. We're able companions. Sleep well.
And then I'm gonna be like, men. And then I'm gonna walk up to my room. I'm gonna look at Osei as I say that, and I'm gonna be like, men. And then I'm gonna walk up with.
You hear a murmur coming from her, and she sort of flutters her eyes slightly open. She gives a very slight smile, conscious again, but barely, and she says, "Oh yes, and thank you."
You're welcome.
Just as they're walking up, I'm like, ugh. And I just put my hand out and directed towards Osei, and I'm not really concerned too much about whoever's around, and I just healing word.
All right, you want to make some dice rolls there, please, for the spell. In the meantime, Gunnar.
Once I see Thulrum leaving, not Thulrum, Rooker leaving, I just want to approach him. So like, I guess, is it the stairs? Or?
Yeah, there's a set of stairs near the bar at the back. That's just a simple wooden with a very basic looking railing, very well varnished and very well kept, but one of simplicity.
Okay. So as he's about to like walk up the stairs, kind of like try and catch up to him.
Can I do this and or just stop and turn around?
You do.
Oh, I didn't mean to stop you. I was gonna ask you a question while you're walking. Is that okay?
Of
Can I
course.
talk to you?
Yeah.
You know that spell that you use to find stuff? I feel like I've asked you this before, but maybe I wasn't very clear about what I was trying to say. How does it work?
That's a fantastic question.
Well, what happens when you use it? Like, do you...
In this case, let's head upstairs and I'll
Yeah.
talk. It's interesting. I need to think of something that I've experienced and experienced is hard to define. Something that I've had in my possession for a while, or something that I'm familiar with, be it a brooch or a badge of a friend, or something that's familiar, like, and I recall, remember the time outside the tavern, you lent me your hat?
Yeah.
Maybe something like this. Something I've used, something that I've experienced,
Yeah.
something maybe, for lack of a better word, intimate with.
Okay.
Maybe a memory or a memento.
Okay. So, when you use it though, like, what do you have to do?
I do need to take a small amount of time to think about it and just really focus in, concentrate even. And from there, it can just come to me within a certain radius. It's hard to define in miles or feet. But if I concentrate hard enough,
Do you need to use like arcane symbols? Do you have to use your hands? Do you say any incantations or words?
no.
Guess I'm asking, what are the components of your spell? So it's all of them?
Yes.
Okay.
So Rook, you're aware that you do, in fact, ever so immediately. It's quite a quick spell. It is a spell as far as you're aware, but the way that you use it is you do need to say a quick word of the object that you are looking at and wanting to find. So there is a verbal component in there, as well as that. There is also a very quick gesture that, at this point, which you've never been really asked before, you suddenly realize it just comes naturally. And it is a quick sort of a flutter of the hand in a particular way that moves to the left and then forward. But up till now, you didn't really think like you did anything unusual. But from what Gunnar is sort of asking and describing, you suddenly realise, wow, yeah, that is something I do every single time that this spell in particular is cast.
And Gunnar, it's interesting that you ask. I don't often think about it when I do it. And when I do use it, it's often in times of stress. But now that you ask, I tend to move my hands and I put them out, stop on the middle of the stairs, back to the wall, I guess, and then turn them in and mention that memory or item that I'm thinking of.
As if you're touching it?
I just, for this purpose, I guess.
Okay.
The things recently, how I located my axe that I lost.
Your axe? You lost an axe?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's how I was able to locate our friend in the sleeping snake.
Our friend? Oh. Her? Oh. Okay, that was ironic. Okay. Do I know of this spell? Have I heard of it before? Have I...
The description,
psionic,
the description does lead you to believe it's a divination from the school of divination. Locate object. Absolutely. But you don't really know much more than that, apart from familiar words that come out of Rook's mouth. They do seem like they are pointing in that direction.
Hey, Rook, can you show me how to use it? You don't have to like follow through and cast it. I just want to see it.
I could attempt, but I don't know how that would work.
Well, actually, just tell me then this. Once you cast it, what happens? What do you see? How does it... Do you get transported to the place that this object is, or is it more like a feeling?
Transported, I'd say no. It's more of a blur. The things that are around it, I can crudely make out, as if animal had travelled.
Okay.
But the location or the item I'm actually looking for is clear.
Okay.
I can
Thanks.
attempt to,
Oh,
but
no, it's okay.
I don't know what you'll yield from it.
No, that's fine. Where do I get a key from? I'm tired.
Did I have more than one key?
You had all of them.
Gonna hand him the key. I'll contemplate on this and see if I can describe this further. Right now, I'm not quite sure how to explain it.
That's okay. I think you've helped a lot. Bye.
And I continue onwards upstairs.
This has been the most interesting going up the stairs journey we've had.
We're gonna have
what
one of them.
happened on
There's
these
a lot of
stairs?
stairs.
Yeah.
We've got a.
Is this the same stairs that we could just see Amara on and hear? She could hear everything.
Pretty much.
So
Yeah.
we can hear this whole.
Yeah. Once again, it seemed to be a conversation that you didn't specify that you did want to, speak a bit softly.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
weren't shouting either. So like,
Correct.
both
It's
people-
normal conversation, but the size of the inn, yeah, there were most words you sort of gathered were audible.
Well, upon hearing that he has all the room keys, I yell out after him, "Hey, give me one of the keys."
You coming up?
Yeah.
Come up. I'll give you the key.
I come upstairs and then.
Barclays, what have you?
Give me just a moment. I'm just going to go head over to the bar and just make sure things can be as secure as they can be whilst we're here in proximity.
A word with you first
To our
before we
wonderful
speak to
mistress
our
down the
friend
road. Hey.
Alex.
A word, okay? What would you like to talk about? You okay?
I guess I come back down the stairs.
You want to have this conversation on the stairs?
I guess in passing I hand you the key if you're heading up.
I want to hang around for this. That's all right.
Alright, back down.
All
You're
right.
speaking to Alex.
Yes, come with me. Let's go over to where the window is.
Okay.
At the front, there are windows looking out to
Correct.
the street, right?
Two of them, yes.
Yeah, so I just want to kind of discreetly just cloaked a little bit and just looking out while he's chatting to me.
Is there
Yeah.
any empty mugs on the tables?
There are a few.
I pick one up, pour some ale into it, and then hand it to Barclays.
Ah, very well. Yes.
You were planning on speaking to Alex.
Yes, I was.
And what did you have to say?
Poor guy. I think he's beaten up. Understandably, he's possibly a little selfish for maybe nearly 40 years, but I think he's done the house proud. From everything that I know about the Cobb and Fresh, it's been well serviced. Customer feedback's been good. The house acknowledges this. The house acknowledges good service. Customers are everything.
Would you tell him this?
Perhaps. Did you chat to him?
I spoke to him previously when I got my ales.
Oh yeah.
He's somewhat of a worry at the moment. He isn't sure what his future is, quite rightly so after living 40 years off of wishes.
Look, I'll tell you what. I think we can take him into the house. If he's not sure what to do, we'll make use of him. There's much that goes on. Here, perhaps maybe just give him this. And I hand Rooker a little piece of paper, actually an exclusive special piece of paper, with a name down the bottom, but also a visage on the main part of it.
And they're looking at, what is this?
It's Barclays standing on the head of a dragon. And there's a name down the bottom. That's a contact for him.
I guess roll it back up
Yes.
and I give it back to you and say, Barclays, this would mean so much more to him if it came from you.
Yes, I see. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. You watch this window. I'll head over there, and then I'll head back to you. Okay?
Before you would leave,
Yeah.
make a perception check because it sounded like you were wanting to just keep a lookout.
Yeah. That would be a 12.
12. Looking out as the conversation was being had, people passing by the front, not too close. No one actually entered the inn during that conversation, and otherwise no one seemed to be suspicious or trying to look in. Nothing like that. It's just workmen passing. The sounds of heated metal hammering, shouting of trade still goes on, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Can I just check with you to see if you would have allowed something just quickly? I left something on the windowsill.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to have left something on the
Okay,
windowsill.
sure. What would that be?
A little pot plant, like a little cactus.
Right. Do you have that in your possession?
So I picked it up
Yes, you did.
in the previous. Remember how I was speaking to Spike, the big one?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So I managed to grab a little one,
Of course.
and I'm just leaving him there
Okay.
on the window.
All right. A small, spiny cactus.
Yeah. So discreet that not even Rook noticed that I put it there.
All right.
When Thorin realised that this was all going to end in forgiveness and not staunching your ex-employee, he lost interest. I went to sleep.
Okay. Thorum, you gather a key, and you are now starting a long rest.
I believe our friend Orlux's regrets started 15 years ago when he wished to hide here. He spent 15 years serving this tavern well. If you can, give him some words of encouragement, because I do feel like he may be a powerful ally in what we're about to set foot into. A conjuring mage may be something of some significance.
I see. Okay, I can go have a word to him, and
Inspire him.
I can
to do
inspire
better.
him. I can do that too. And just right after I hear you say, "I owe you one bar, please."
To me?
Yeah.
And what would I be owing you for?
Just whenever.
Next card game, I'll let you win. How many more have I been?
You think you win. You think you win. It's all part of the plan. You know this. You know it's building to something.
I do know this.
Yes, that's right.
Just
all right,
like
fine. I'll go have a chat.
When I let you win, apparently this is a part of your plan too.
Everything's part of my plan. And I kind of look kind of stupid when I say
It's
that.
so tight.
Cool.
And I tap you on the shoulder and I look at the windowsill.
Actually, for that purpose, just make another sleight of hand.
Yeah.
And make a perception, please.
Yeah, cool. 19 sleight of hand.
Mm-hmm.
16. No,
Yeah.
15.
Nothing really out of the ordinary, or nothing
Do I
that you
get an
see.
advantage because I like cactuses?
I'm sorry to say no. You do have a keen interest, but you just don't seem to notice this small thing.
Should I describe why I put it there?
I mean, that's up to you.
Like just for...
You're more than welcome to. Otherwise, you can keep it to yourself. That's your prerogative.
I'll by look at the windowsill, I mean just stare out into the
Correct.
darkness, yeah.
With that roll as well. Once again, nothing of interest. Curiosity it just answers back with a normal work day in this side of Shan. No one that seems to be no one that looks like orcs, in fact, as well, or anyone that seems to have an interest in particular for this inn.
Yeah. Dope. Alright.
Cool. I'll head over to the bar and is Olix there? How's
Yeah.
it look? Still like...
Pretty down. Pretty down.
Okay. Like... You can glum there, my friend.
Yes, I was just telling your companion, Rook, that as I stand, I feel disheartened by and ashamed. I feel I do not honor House Galanda, and perhaps if tomorrow brings the same thoughts or just brings the same thoughts, I feel I have to retire, as it were. And perhaps you might find it better to bring someone a bit more trustworthy into your fold.
Well, as a matter of trust, interesting point. I mean, it's been a while and you had that gin in your basement, right?
Yes,
And how many years have you served the house?
15.
15. So I'll let you know, the feedback has been great.
Oh?
The Cog and Fresh has been good. The house is happy with the Cog and Fresh. So you've done us a great service.
But would you not have those that have deceived and used your locations for nefarious purposes, perhaps brought out into the public and shamed?
This happens. but we take care of it, and we take care of our own. The world is not as straightforward as we'd like it to be. Of course.
That I know.
And you know this. You know this. What would you like to do?
Just serve House Galanda and perhaps from what your companion Rook had suggested, maybe find a way to redeem myself. In your eyes.
Seems like it is your lucky evening. Because in that, you can owe me a debt. And I hand him a little piece of paper.
Okay. Well, what? This is. Did this really happen?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Well, why wouldn't it? You on top of the dragon's head. You would slay many of them. Without a scratch, I'm sure. But what is this for?
There's also a name down there. That's a contact within the house. Go seek that person out. I'm putting together a group, a special group, that are helping with a special project at Stormhold. That's it, right?
Stormhold?
Stormhold.
Thronehold and
Thronehold, sorry.
That's okay.
At Thronehold. When the time is right, we'll need your service again.
Will I remain here for now until you call on me?
That's your choice. I would like you to remain here.
He sort of gives it a slight smile. Well, that is your wish, of course, sir. It is my honour to serve again and to serve anew. And perhaps prove to you, and perhaps even prove to myself that I can do better.
How's he look? Does he look kind of...
There's a slight shift in demeanour. You see that his shoulders are not sagging as much. He's sort of standing up a little bit taller for a gnome.
But I find him to be sincere.
Make an insight check.
I'll just put that to fate. 2.
A 2? Okay. I mean, with the gesture, well, with his stance now changing, and him giving off a couple of smiles and genuine looking, I guess, implorements and promises. Yeah, you can gather that there is a lot of truth to this, and that he's looking a fair bit happier.
Good. Okay. So be at ease, my friend. Why don't you show me some vigor and make me your finest drink?
Well, yes, of course. The brandy bang, I like to call it. And he turns...
I love a good bang, yes.
and he turns and he starts to, without another word, start to shuffle ice in this large bucket and make quite a strong but very smooth, bubbly looking drink for you with accents of pineapple on the edges of this very tall curved concave glass.
Does it look ridiculous?
It looks pretty extravagant.
Do I hear the
Lots of
shaking
colours.
of the,
Yeah, right.
the ice and the...
At this point, you've made your way up to the room, I believe. That unless you were specifically wanting to stay for that conversation.
Oh, I thought I was still looking out the window. Where the...
Oh, were you still there? Apologies. Sure. Yeah, you see that shake of that. You can see a purple blue looking liquid now being formed and put together.
I'm looking, I guess, at the back of Barclay's cloak and listening to this this shake.
So
and
okay.
Barclays,
One moment.
where's my invitation?
Alex, I'm very impressed. This is why you belong here.
I have some more I have tricks up my sleeve, of course. That's why you chose me in the first place.
Indeed. Now, pass me one of your finest ales.
Of course. And he gathers once again from the same barrel a shan sip, and he hands it to you. This is the best.
Thank you. I pick them both up and say, we'll chat again. We're in each other's service in the house. And then I walk over to Rook and I hand him the big, colourful...
By the nine, what is this?
You've earned it, my friend. The finest drink in the house.
Smell it.
You gave me some good advice, and I followed it, and I think it's going to work out.
I guess
fine.
I turn my back and lean on the windowsill and speak to Barclays, looking outside the window.
Can
So
you-
he's at the
yeah.
windowsill, and people walking past
Yes.
can see.
You can see
colourful
a
cocktail drink.
Holding
large,
it to my fingers
a large,
like a fishbowl.
a large. It looks like the most beautiful rainbow of a cocktail you've ever seen, and it even has a very small plastic-looking umbrella.
Oh, beautiful.
To boot.
I'm leaning over it. Quite a...
Take your shirt off.
Is this a delicious drink?
Tasting it, it
Yeah.
is. I mean, you've not really been a man of anything bar a good
My
beer
taste
or
buds are
mead, but it is a very, very sweet brandy-like taste, and the first small sip just takes you back for a moment, and there's a lot of bubbles, a lot of fizz with this, and so it sort of bubbles around you. You're used to the bubbles, but not this sweetness. But then you take a couple more, and you get used to it.
As I'm drinking it, how did you go with our friend?
Well, he knows he owes us a debt, a very big one at that.
Could we get his assistance tomorrow?
Yeah. I suppose
No.
we could if we needed.
I take another
No, enjoy your drink, yes.
and I turn back and Olix, did you conjure deliciousness into this?
No, just what I had here.
Special.
You've done well. I turn back. Should we retire for tonight?
Does he get increased like constitution or something like that? For all intents and purposes, I just pull out my viol and just like quietly, not really looking to start a show, just have a drink, and just from there, I'm intending to go upstairs once I've kind of just chilled for a
And
bit.
I chill and go to
Just
bed
in the corner.
after.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
So,
Clapping.
I
Barclays
thought you were
on
clapping at the DM then, and I was like, what?
with my
He's
cocktail
alright.
and good one,
Okay.
Barclays.
Looks
I
good
haven't
on
heard that
this.
one for a while.
so you play a smooth tune, one that has a small beat, and play that for a few I guess chords, and then at that point you say goodnight, and both of you head up the stairs into your respective rooms. Simple bed, a rug to make a little bit of warmth, of just a plain straw-looking rug with a few little patterns of House Galander arms.
That's his bed.
The rug.
Okay, right.
Of each of your rooms. And before the long rest begins, does anyone else want to do anything else? Yes.
I would like to, as I go into the room, I want to. Oh, 13 hit points for Osei. by the
Thank you
way.
so much. Thanks for reminding me.
I would like to look at. I would like to help Osei to the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. Because it's only one bed, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I'll sleep on the floor. And I'm going to say, is she like conscious now, or is she real groggy?
She's groggy. She's still sort of the bruises around her, even a dark face. She's fair skin. So around the fair skin face, you do see quite large bruises starting to form, and all this purple and blue. And it's in a couple of places. It looks like they shuffled around pretty badly. One here down along the chin, one up towards the temple. The nose looks quite a bit off. So she's groggy still, but she seems to be murmuring to herself a little.
Sorry.
That's okay. She seems to be murmuring to herself still, but she seems to be somewhat able to understand what's going on around her.
I'm just gonna look at her and say, you should get some rest. Thank you for coming to find us. I really would like to talk to you about where you came across this prophecy tomorrow, if that's okay. Until then, I'll keep it safe on my person, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay?
She sort of looks at you and says, yes, it's been quite a journey to here, and retrieving this It is good to see you all, and I am so sorry that I have taken so long. I hope this prize is enough of a apology, and I hope it will do us good here. My head.
Mine too.
It's difficult. Perhaps with some rest I can recount my journey, and you perhaps can recount yours.
Yeah.
But
Don't worry about anything tonight. I think we're all well deserved of a rest. It's good to have you back. It would be nice to have you around for a little bit longer, if you're willing and able. Of course.
I will be here, but I might take some time to heal.
That's okay. I think. Yeah.
And thank you.
My head will.
Thank you. Thank Barclays for the efforts, for the healing efforts as well.
One day I'll thank Barclays. However,
So,
I am concerned of his head growing too large. Until then, you get some rest. I'm gonna be up for a little bit longer. But I'm sure we'll all be okay.
I hope so. And she sort of stretches herself onto the bed more, and thank you for the comfort. I know you're giving that up for the evening.
I would like to then sit down cross-legged on the rug.
Yep.
Close my eyes, hold onto my necklace. Thank God I've got back after my temper tantrum, and just hold on to as I meditate for a couple of hours, and then I will go to sleep on the rug.
Okay. Anyone else want to do anything at the moment?
Thorn's gonna. Is there a chair in this room that I'm sleeping?
There is, yeah.
I'm gonna take that chair and ram it directly under the door handle so nothing can sneak into the room while I'm sleeping.
Paranoia.
Make a
I've been stabbed so many times.
make an intelligence
asleep.
That's it.
make an intelligence check, please.
That is a 16.
16, yeah. Look, you know door handles and locks for some reason. Well, you do know locks for some reason, but putting that chair underneath the handle, you do.
Thank you.
Yeah, you do manage to put it into a position whereby you're pretty sure that no one can come in, not without forcing their way.
I go to sleep.
Okay. All right. Anyone else?
Oh, are we bunking together?
Sexy.
No.
There is one extra room, so you don't have to if you don't want to. There is a spare that has been a key has been given to you for.
No. I'll sleep in this bed.
They're not sleeping together.
Okay.
As well, yeah, what we're saying.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Like, you can sleep by yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get scared of the dark.
So-
No, I sleep in another room.
Just keep the candle on, right?
Okay. So as you all bunker down for the late afternoon / evening, sleep takes you all after some time. Gunnar.
Sorry, I
Please.
just wanted to quickly state that I will make sure I pamper Kips a little bit more tonight. Just give him extra pats. Tell him that Barclays doesn't think that Thulrom is better than him. He was just trying to flatter him. And I will just sort of fluff the pillows. I'll give him how many pillows are on the bed?
There are 2.
I'll give him both the pillows. And the blanket as well.
Okay.
I'll just fall asleep.
Okay. As you fall asleep, Gunnar, your mind ticks, and through your head whirling is that conversation you've had with Rook, and the effect that was described to you, and the movement of the hand stays with you as you fall into a slumber. The night passes uneventfully, with the thought and bad dreams for some of you as to what the morning will bring, or the early morning at that, with perhaps the mistress in her inn, and you, as your next steps, finding your way there to see the next encounter. And that is where we're going to have a 10-minute break, guys.
Yay!
So we're gonna have for the first time a 10-minute break, and we're just testing it out to see how we go. It's pretty much halfway through, so at about 8:40, expect us to come back if anyone's watching. But if you are, thanks so much for sticking around so far. Really appreciate it.
Intermission break for everyone.
Intermission break. I'm going to put another slide up, but then. We'll be back in 10 minutes, just so everyone can get a drink and refresh and stretch their legs. But we'll be back soon, guys, all right? So thank you so much. 2 seconds. Oops, that's probably not going to...
This is where we need to insert another sponsor.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Oh, we're back, and welcome back. Thanks so much for sticking around. So, let's pick up where we left off, whereby we are in the we're in the process of having a long rest. And in fact, the long rest finishes with everyone regaining your hit points and your spell slots and waking up peacefully and without
Morning fresh.
any sort of disturbance.
No, for carbon fresh.
So Thulrom wakes up and dislodges the chair in front of the door, and then sets himself in his daily prayers to Ado, and while doing so, just for your information, DM, prepares a few different spells that I normally do. If you want me to, I'll send them through to you.
As long as you have them there, I trust that you've put them in the right places. That's fine.
Amara would like to be up, obviously after 8 hours, but at as early as possible, and she is going straight back to her sitting position, holding onto her necklace, meditating, and then she's going to just quietly say, "Oh my god, it's so good to have you back, Sonari." And that's all she's going to say.
Okay. Anyone else have any morning rituals you would like to do?
Again, I'm, I guess, talking my bow. Just checking some further arrows, tips are sharp, tightening straps.
Yeah.
Oiling leather.
The preparation completes without a problem, and you're used to being in the wilderness and having not much around you but your weapons and in your travels.
I guess in Sheldon's, because I don't think I've done this in a while,
Who's
I have
Sheldon?
prepared
Me.
Thulrom.
Yes, Thulrom.
I have prepared a different spell this time.
That's okay. You can
Cool.
can just keep it to yourself. That's okay. Surprise me.
I'm standing in the middle of my room, shirtless, looking majestic. The light is coming through, just casting a nice silhouette onto the wall, and I'm just practicing my blade form.
Okay.
What are you
Just
wearing?
coming from my house. No shirt, just pants.
Oh, yeah.
What are you imagining?
Oh, it's no pants.
Tripod situation.
What are you oiling?
Tripod form.
Yeah, what are you
What are you oiling with no pants?
Oil it.
In fact, the only real light that shines in is not from a window. It is a windowless room, as all of them are. But there are small candles, which still actually make you look quite striking in the shadows.
Ah, that's good.
So, it's hard to tell, in fact, the actual time. It's anywhere between maybe 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. It's from how long you've slept, but you all feel very refreshed, even though it's a quite earlier wake up than you're used to. However, the morning is yours.
Sorry.
No, you go.
I would like to pick up my conversation with Osei, if that's okay. Osei, okay?
No.
Is it okay, Osei?
No.
Looking over, you actually see that
Leave
she's
it
still
honest.
sleeping soundly at
Okay.
the moment.
If she's still sleeping, then I will just stay in the room. I want to keep close watch of her. I want to also pull the prophecy out and just kind of get a feel for it, see if there's anything I can decipher from it. Probably not. Hoping for the best. Try your best and you don't succeed. Sort of situation.
So, can I ask specifically with the dragon prophecy? As you take it out, you do see it still folded, and there is in fact, a ribbon of a beautiful silk that's surrounding it, holding it, both curled sides inward into the middle of it. Are you just holding it? Are you doing anything specific with it?
I guess I'll look at it for a moment first. Maybe kind of tug on the string a little bit, see if it's something that can be unraveled.
Okay.
See if it's something that can be opened at all.
Sure.
Or whether I get the sense that similar to what I felt with the first one. It's something I have to be elsewhere for.
Yeah, understandable. It's an interesting feeling. The vibration and the hum almost is, on this particular parchment, it is starkly different from the one that you held. And you feel almost reverb off of you, this low hum that shifts into this beautiful song of peace, a peaceful note that simply continues. As you look at it and investigate and pull on that silk on this powerful piece of paper, you notice inside you gather a glimpse of this familiar glyphs of ancient dragon text, something that you have seen before, shift as the other one has, but a bit less violent. This one is a bit more smooth. So it's actually somewhat easier to make out the markings. So we are in a place where you are a bit confused as to why the parchment is changed, but you do notice that it almost overflows you with a sense of ownership over it, even.
Okay.
You do tug on that string slightly, but you don't get initially any sort of give. But after a couple of times, this parchment and the string start to loosen.
So I'd just like to I'd like to try and unravel it, but I just want to do it slowly, delicately. I don't want to damage anything.
Okay. This also piece of parchment seems to be a little less vulnerable, a little less tattery than the other that you've seen. And you slowly uncurl the sides of paper on this dragon prophecy, and as you do, your vision clouds over for a moment as it half unravels, and as you stop for a moment, you see one image come into your mind, and that is of my apologies, bear with me, an image of a huge glass mountain, one that has been described as the Glass Plateau, and a monument from the devastation in Mournhold, that was Sire, and you are looking down on it, and you see what looks to be a figure staring up at you with a blade that's embedded in her stomach. A dark-skinned familiar Byseilu, still in death. Beside her, looking down on her, but not noticing you, it seems, is a figure that you don't recognize. It's hard to tell, but it seems tall. From this vantage point from high above, it's hard to see what you're looking at. There's a bit of a wind now that picks up. And then your clouded vision fades, and you're looking at the parchment again.
I'm gonna roll it back up, tie the silk back together, put it straight back in my pocket, and go about keeping guard, I guess, of Osei.
Okay. She's sleeping peacefully. Didn't seem to awaken from your movements yet. As you put the parchment away, it seems as though Osei is perhaps needing some rest at the moment. There's no movement coming from her.
I guess I'll stay for a little bit longer, make sure she looks comfortable. Once she's looked comfortable, or I guess once I feel like she's secure and safe, how close are the rooms to each other?
They're close.
Okay.
You probably would imagine that the wall, there's a wall that separates them. That's it. There's no real. There's probably maybe a couple of inches.
Okay, I'd like to attempt, if everyone's within range, to speak within their minds, except for Rook, who has told me previously that he doesn't like when I speak into his mind.
Sure.
And I will
That's his privacy.
say, I will say to these three, let's meet downstairs. I want to talk about what's happened, and I'd love to talk about this prophecy. Can someone wake Rook?
I've already headed downstairs, so I'm like, can I say something back to her?
Did you let? No.
No.
Then no.
Yeah, that's
It's like,
I can only do one person. I
Oh,
can't do
yeah.
all of you,
yeah.
and I didn't give it to any of you. So
I'm downstairs.
The message spell is cast. Yes.
What would you like for breakfast?
I will say back to Barclays in his mind. Barclays, is this a date?
I was gonna send 2 plates up for you and your guests. It can be a multi-date.
I will say back. Osei is resting. I'll meet you all downstairs.
Alright.
And then I'm gonna head downstairs and look for Barclays.
You see Barclays. Barclays, what are you doing at the moment?
Alright, so I've just kind of actually are there many people? It's 2 a.m.
It is 2 a.m. It is at least 2, if not a little bit later. So certainly no one is in the inn anymore. In fact, the torches that lit up the outside, the inside of the inn are extinguished. It is almost pitch black apart from just a single candle in the very center of the room.
Is anyone no one's in the kitchen then? Oh, I'm hungry. Alright, I'm gonna head into the kitchen.
Okay. You head behind a door that you haven't. You were through it. Through this door, you see that the kitchen is very, very neat, cleaned, as would be expected of a house Galander after a night's worth of dinner being
Making
served.
note of this.
And it's in barrels that are around the room. You see as you open them up, foodstuffs. Most of them raw though, not cooked. You see that there isn't sort of an ice box of sorts where meats had been wrapped. You see a couple of previously cooked legs of some sort of meat that have been wrapped as well next to it in another ice box. So cold meats essentially. Fruits are on little small trays that are on benches ready to be served potentially for the morning breakfast.
Right. So what I do is I'll gather enough ingredients to make kind of like a cold platter.
Sure.
I'll also maybe. We don't get fish down in the coast, do we? Like it's pretty far down.
It's not a commonality, no.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I might just cold platter, maybe some cold meats, salt, that type of thing. I'll make it look kind of like very aesthetically pleasing. Should a bit of
like parsley underneath.
Yeah. And shaping of like maybe some fruit, just in the form of like a dragon shape, that type of thing.
Okay.
Using my knife skills, I'm good with knives and swords. So.
You are.
Yeah.
It doesn't take you too long.
Yeah.
Hearing the footsteps in the corridor, etc., and having woken up and finished his prayers, Thulrom's gonna head downstairs.
Okay. No problem. You head down and you hear the chopping of foodstuffs from the kitchen as well. But you understand that most of you have had, that long rest. You'd assume it's just someone in your party.
No, I'm gonna assume it's someone who works there. I'm gonna call out for some ale.
Yeah, go on.
I go, you there in the kitchen, bring me some ale when you can.
Good sir, it's 2 a.m. Are you sure you want some ale?
Yes.
Come and get it yourself!
I'm miffed. Put off by this, but Thulrom gets up and sticks his head into the kitchen.
You see the Barclays, the Viper himself.
There he is, my favourite dragon. How are you?
Do I see what he's crafting in front of him?
Yeah, you have a good
I'm
idea.
doing this while chatting to you.
Yeah, did you make a little fruit dragon
Can
head?
you do that higher on the table next time?
Yeah, try to play that off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get involved with some of these cold meats that he's got crafting there. I'm gonna try not to ruin the arrangement though. Just kind of pick at the edges of it.
You can have this bit and that bit. They're like off-cuttings.
Yeah.
Pick at the edges. That's awful.
And do me a favour. Maybe grab those things over there and bring them together. We're gonna head out, set up a table, and we'll have a chat.
I said, is there, if possible, I'll look for some kind of blue crushed velvet tablecloth for this arrangement.
Weirdly enough, you find a couple,
Hey.
and you take them.
No, actually, I don't.
Okay.
You can't eat all these.
That's fair. To you, Thorum, they do seem a little bit. They do seem to be fine pieces of material, and I feel like you would not enjoy the ramifications, perhaps.
You would really upset a colour star.
So,
I will take them with me, but I won't spread them out.
That's an in-joke for everyone who's actually watching.
yeah, that's right. We have lovely velvet tablecloths. Gunnar,
It's so smooth.
Gunnar, what are you doing?
Sleeping.
Still sleeping?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Thorum, you sit down. Amara, you see Thorum and Rook. Have you finished your oiling? And
Did anyone get Rook?
I exit
let me know.
into what I assume is the balcony
Yep.
that heads down.
you
Am I able to see everybody from there?
Yeah. It's dim light, but you do see Amara, Thorum. You hear the sounds of chopping at the back. You don't see Gunnar.
I soft yell. Is Gunnar with you down there?
No!
And I go to Gunnar's room and knock on the door.
All right. How hard? Yeah, you wake up.
Just a general knock.
You wake up to that
Not
sound.
loud.
After a long rest, it's not the most comfortable of wake ups, but you hear it.
Yes.
Gunnar, are you awake?
Yes.
I think it's time for us to venture forth. Everyone else is downstairs preparing. Take your time if you wish, but I'll be downstairs and with the rest of us.
Okay.
And I hear that and puddle them downstairs.
All right.
Do you come into the kitchen?
No, I head straight behind the bar, which I've been behind before. Pour myself in one of the weaker ales.
Right as I
We're in
hear
this joint now.
Right as I hear that, I'm like,
Yeah, he does.
that's you, isn't it, Rook?
Barclays. Yes. Would you like an ale?
Yeah, okay, why not?
Anyone
Actually,
else?
I'm already going good.
I don't think I should drink anymore.
if you have a moment, after you pour those ales, can you go over to the front window? There's a little plant there. Wonder if you could bring that back into the kitchen.
What purpose would you have with the plant?
I'll explain. He has a name.
And what would its name be if it talks back to me?
He won't,
Oh.
but you can call him Prickly Pete.
Prickly Pete.
Okay. Shall I pour Prickly Pete an ale?
I guess. Actually, yeah, actually do that. Let's see what happens.
I'm slightly confused about this, because that was a
just
jest.
just for everyone. It's just like it's a little pot plant, like only that big. It's like it's a cactus basically.
It's a succulent.
Yeah, it's,
Rook.
yeah.
You
I
head
take
over.
my, I guess 2 ales in one hand. Walk over.
All right, and you do see, for some reason that you didn't notice before, even though you were looking out, a small pot plant with a small cactus, which has unusually large, large spines coming out of it. About 5 of them, even though it's such a small, only a couple of centimeter high plant. And you want to take it and follow
I'm
instructions.
thinking out loud. I'm like, there is a small cactus there. And I'm looking at it. What harm could it do? And I just like tip a trickle of beer on top of it.
You watch.
Just out of interest.
You watch as
because I think he's joking to me at this point.
You watch as the yellow beery liquid pours on top into the soil below. Only a small amount, but it seems to soak in. Nothing else seems to happen.
Idiot. I pick it up and I take it into the kitchen, I guess.
I'm going to approach Thulrom and look at him and say, when did we fight?
Long ago. We were forced into it, but you seem to be enjoying it too much.
Wait a second, you blew fire at me.
I did. We didn't know each other so well back then, and I figured,
We were gonna die if we didn't fight.
yeah,
So really, I saved your life by fighting you.
I saved your life by blowing fire at you.
Yeah, but you missed.
You're
So
welcome.
did you save my life?
Twice, 2 ways.
Good. I'm gonna sit down at the table and wait for everyone to join me like I so politely asked them.
Has Gunnar come down?
Have you come down yet, Gunnar?
He has a morning ritual that he needs to complete, so he will definitely do that. He'll do it as fast as he can. He'll be just perusing through his book and taking some notes. He'll look at Kips and he'll realise he hasn't got any food for him and not bring it up. And then quickly redon his disguise. So he now, again, no longer looks like a Verdant, he looks like a boy elf.
Mm-hmm.
And he will make his way downstairs.
All right.
So upon seeing Gunnar, I say, Gunnar and Kips, I owe you both a great deal. You saved me yesterday. You actually saved my life.
Hey!
It's on there. What does Kips eat?
Bugs.
Is there any bugs?
He
in
really
this
likes
kitchen?
bugs.
Any mealworms, bugs, something of that nature?
Not that you recall seeing in the kitchen, no.
We'll eat a bit of red meat, chopped up fine.
Ask him yourself, he's actually right here.
Oh. Kips. Unsure, having never spoken to Kips before, I say, Kips, what do you eat? Will you eat red meat?
Well, finally we have conversation, dragon. I would have I would have assumed by now we would have had much more to say to each other, being a similar kind. But apparently, out of everyone here, you seem to be the most unusual kind that does not wish to have a bar. However, in answer to your question, I do in fact begrudgingly will consume that in which you suggest, and be in mind that you have a lot more to prove to me for us to, have more conversation. But I will gladly take what you offer.
Do I hear this?
It's in his head, actually.
No.
But I just remembered something. He's wearing that ring. Can you still hear it?
You can.
Ooh. Fuck your ring.
I should probably get that.
I incline my head and say, one day, when you feel more inclined to talk, you can explain why a dragon is riding around on the shoulder of Gunnar.
It is.
You said that out loud?
Huh?
You said that out loud?
Yeah.
He immediately replies with, "It is not my story to tell, sir. It is his."
Ah, never mind then. I go and get rid of red meat.
All right. He consumes that with some sort of satisfaction.
If that was spoken out loud, do I hear that?
Do we all hear
You
that?
hear what he said, not what the dragon.
Correct.
So the dragon's speaking Draconic.
Telepathic.
Telepathically.
I'm speaking
Telepathic
I'm
draconic.
speaking draconic in return.
Do I notice that
I'm making direct eye contact.
Thulrom
with him.
is speaking out loud in Draconic to the dragon?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking right at
Correct.
him.
I'll come back to that in a moment.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Did you
Please.
read my
Formulating response.
Prickly
Whoa.
Pete, everyone.
Prickly Pete.
And I put him on the table and he's not thirsty. I gave him some ale on your suggestion.
You gave Prickly Pete some of your ale.
Well, how else is he going to get prickly?
That's a good point. Was it full strength?
Well, no. And then I hand you the ale. You try and tell me.
What have you done? Alright, we'll see what happens here. Rook, my little friend here, he can let us know some things. So while we were sleeping, he was keeping watch. You should be grateful for Prickly Pete. Let me have a chat to him.
I am grateful for your
I'm
friend.
going to use
But I'm quite confused.
talk to
Speak with plants.
speak with plants.
Okay. You'll need to initiate the conversation.
Prickly Pete.
Yes.
Good morning. Sorry for the rude awakening. How are you feeling?
I don't sleep.
Good.
I feel like a plant.
Good. This is good. You've just had a drink. Do you realize that?
I did not enjoy it.
Yes.
It was not good.
He didn't enjoy the drink.
Then let him tell me.
Can they hear? No, it's just me.
I'm
So
looking for
this
Prickly
looks
Pete.
really freaking stupid. All right.
Barclays looks very intently at this plant, but is just not averting his gaze.
I just imagine you just open your mouth and rustling leaf sounds comes out. Like, that's it.
As the night passed, actually, it's 2 a.m. It's still dark, right? Yeah. Out the window, did you see any bigger men or women? Big, kind of. Orcs have not all orcs have tusks.
No, it depends.
Yeah. They're called orcs. Did you see any come to the front?
Not bigger than usual.
Not bigger than usual. Did anyone stop for a long period of time at the front?
Yes.
What did they look like?
They were the bartender.
The bartender.
Yes.
What was he doing?
He wasn't moving, and he was being taken by a warforged.
He was.
Take-
He went with a warforged, or a warforged took him.
A warforged took him.
Oh, okay. Did he look pleased to be taken?
His eyes were closed.
Before his eyes were closed, did the warforged do something to close them?
Perhaps I did not know.
I see. Okay. Has the warforged been here before? In the
No.
last day?
No.
I see. Were there any other figures that stayed at the front? Of the
No.
Prickly Pete? Thank you.
I do not understand that name, but you're welcome.
Would you like some water?
Yes,
I will get you some water.
I appreciate it.
It is done.
Thank you. And the communication ends. So, while that was happening, being that it happens extremely quickly, similar to telepathy, what's everyone else wanting to do?
What's going on? What are we gonna do
And-
with the
Jen,
plan?
you guess this?
Yeah.
At this point, Amara is like looking a little bit impatient and goes, "Guys, can we please sit down and discuss what we've been through? I opened the prophecy. I would like to talk to you guys about that.
Wait, what?
It's a good idea to have a chat. I've got some plant news.
Let's
Thulrom takes a seat.
I'm already seated down.
Rook.
I'm actually in the same room.
Oh shit! He's right
Oh,
there.
you still hungover?
He's right there. Sorry, my lord.
Osei's here as well, yeah?
Barclays?
She's sleeping upstairs.
So tell us about this prophecy.
Are we all sitting down? Is the nice
Yeah,
breakfast platter in
the
front of us
food- the
right
food's
now as
out,
well? Yeah.
Lovely.
Amara doesn't like eating meat.
I'm gonna eat.
True, I don't like
Okay.
She
it.
could at least like my dragon art.
I like
Hey.
the
The art looks good. Thanks,
Right.
Barclays.
I know you want to tell us about the prophecy. but
Barclays, I
was-
really appreciate the effort. Thank
As
you.
the-
I'm trying to make an effort.
I appreciate it. Would you like me to also make an effort, Barclays?
As Thulroms serves himself, I'm just gonna demolish that dragon head and take
Sure.
a chunk right out of it.
Okay.
Boom.
Good.
So weird.
There are a couple of things I really want to talk to you guys about. The prophecy is one of them. I opened it because, to be honest, I didn't think it would open. Last time we had a prophecy, we had to go to Dragon's Crown to make sure that we could, I don't know, read it properly. This one felt different. If you guys want to hold it yourselves, you can, and I'll pull it out, and if Gunner's got his hand out, I'll hand it straight to Gunner.
What did you see?
Not much, but also it feels like a lot.
Like more prophecy than less prophecy? Extra prophecy?
I just like look at Barclays for a moment and then I go, okay, so I saw Byseilu
Hmm.
and I saw her dead. She had a sword in her chest. Thanks for the confirmation. And then there was another figure there that I didn't recognize. Haven't seen them before. Not that I could at least pick out. But I was somewhere near Mournhold.
That's brilliant.
I couldn't really decipher much more than that. That's all I saw.
Do we know where Mournhold is?
So he's rolling his dice.
Mournhold, yeah, you don't need to roll for that. Mournhold is the land that was called Sire in the very centre of Corvair, centre south, and that was decimated at the end of the Great War some 30 years back, and that's what ended the war, the destruction of that entire country, and up until only the day past, no one really had any idea as to the reason or the way that it was destroyed.
Right.
Although now Mal, this celestial creature, has mentioned that there may have been 3 large green stones that might have had something to do with it.
This is brilliant, though. Because either way, either we prove that these prophecies aren't written in stone, and we can rewrite their history by killing Byseilu, or we know for sure she's going to die somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. I do think, and I'll explain why in a second if it's okay. I do think we need to pursue Byseilu. I think that's something important. I think it would be great if everyone could try opening the prophecy and see if they see the same thing. Maybe you guys will see something different.
As she's saying this, Gunner is going to, because he didn't actually touch it, he reached out with his telepathy, his telekinesis, and pulled it towards him. And he will try to unfurl it in the air.
Okay.
Does it work?
Did you leave it with the silk
I tied
string?
it back up.
Yeah. Okay.
Just, yeah.
It easily unbounds the parchment. The silk string comes undone quite easily. It's still closed. You can feel at this point in your own chest this slow hum becoming very slowly and softly quite a light, peaceful tone, as though a woman sings one note forever.
Can I try and unroll it?
Slowly the parchment unfurls on both sides, and as it hangs in the air, each of you suddenly get a clouded vision for but a minute. And as your mind wanders from what Mara described, it's odd. It's not exactly the same scene for each of you. Rook, when you see what's in front of you and compare it to Amara's description, Byseilu is in fact monstrous. A head of hers sits atop a body of an enormous spider, with this back bulbous and purple, and behind her her body shifting in black on a black and purple web, and each of you in front of your eyes are bound, awaiting her feast. Barclays,
Sounds tasty.
you look and you see in front of you a meeting between allies of Byseilu. You can't quite make out their faces, but it looks like a warforged, an old woman, a being similar to Amara, a Kalashtar, a small gnome, familiar but not, and another drow, almost exactly the same look as Byseilu, in a small circular stone room. Thulrum, as you watch, you see before you, riding atop this enormous gargoyle-like creature, leathery skin, enormous wings, above a hillside, an enormous staff of beautiful dark wood and a claw at the end of it, which holds a diamond or an emerald, it's hard to tell, or a sapphire, it changes. And Byseilu rides this beast towards an army, and the army scatters and dies. Gunnar, you look at it, these glyphs going from place to place on the parchment, your eyes cloud over, and you see an image of a jewel between this large green skinned celestial that you've seen only moments before, and Byseilu herself, but now wearing the visage of a demonic being, herself empowered. But then the celestial strikes this demonic changed mistress in her chest, and she screams out in pain as this golden spear goes through out the back and causes an explosion of white divine energy, and your vision comes back again, and you're all back in the room.
I relay my vision to the others in as vivid detail as I can imagine.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
This is what I saw.
Oh, that's
nothing like what I thought.
You've
You're
got
right.
a saw?
I think we're going to keep what I saw. You saw something better than me.
I relate back. Did everyone had a vision then? Yes.
Mine was the same again.
Rook, yours is definitely the worst out of all of them.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
Yeah.
Yes, I do not wish to be devoured by a large arachnid version of Byseilu. So, shall we confront her here?
Well, I've got some news. I spoke to our friend, Prickly Pete. I know you doubt me.
Who's Prickly Pete?
I think you talked about the plan.
Viper,
Yeah,
you've done
point
so
to-
many amazing things with my journey with you. I don't doubt you for a moment. Tell me, what has Pete said of the Pricklies?
Olix is no longer here.
Pete of the Pricklies.
He's not
Olix
here.
is left.
No, he's not left. Well, yes, he's left. But not
This
necessarily.
is very confusing. I think you need to stop and think.
He may
about
not
it.
have volunteered to leave. Pete has observed Olix being taken by a warforge. And Olix was not conscious at the time. And that was at the front
Oh,
of the inn.
that sounds like your friend.
I actually look worried about this. And can I do an investigation check to make sure the rooms? I guess the main hall. Is there any clues to see as to a break-in or anything?
Sure.
Like that?
Make an investigation check.
Can I help with that?
Yeah. Do you want to make it separately, or one of you take advantage?
Take advantage.
You seem cautious. Are you looking for something?
Well, if our friend Orlix has been taken, then should we not investigate for a disturbance here?
I can find out if something came through the front.
Has Prickly Pete got vision outside of the front door? Which way was he facing?
You need to
Okay.
appease him. He needs to be patted for dousing in alcohol before.
Well, you have a hand. Go for it.
Yeah.
Make your investigation check, Rob.
And I'll just quickly ask, Pete, did you see anyone break in?
1 and a 2 again.
How long does that spell last for?
It lasts for
Doesn't last for an hour.
Thanks for the advantage,
no,
buddy.
it lasts for
I'm the one.
I'm distracted by a
actually,
cactus.
Maybe too much time has gone past. How long do the visions go for?
Only but a moment.
10 minutes.
Yeah, that's enough time to continue that. It's a concentration spell, is it?
Correct.
That's fine. You can maintain concentration, and you ask him what?
Did anyone force their way into the inn from the front?
They went through the window.
Which window?
On the right.
How many windows at the front?
There are just two large rectangular
One
ones,
on the left, one on the right.
Yep.
Okay.
either side of the door.
They went through the window. Who went through the window?
The Warforged, and then he took the one you call Orlix back out.
I see. Was he wearing anything, any colours that you may have noticed?
Red.
Red.
A red cape?
He was wearing a red cape. Did he say anything?
Nothing.
I see.
He was silent.
Did he have any other markings, like a serpent mark or anything like that on his arm?
A dragon mark on the back.
A dragon mark on the back of the cape. I'm saying this out loud, Rook. Can you hear me?
You're
Well,
quite
with my
close.
investigation check,
Yeah.
I am definitely distracted.
What did you roll in total?
Well,
Imagine there's a fly in your beer or something. Trying to fish it.
investigation.
Give yourself some credit.
So a nat 2 was my high. Sorry, 2 is my highest, so 5.
So 5 in total. Okay.
5 in total, yeah.
Weirdly enough, it seems as though, from what Barclays just described, you were describing that they came through the window.
Yeah.
The window is made of a glass, and the glass has not been disturbed as far as you can see. What you do find, even with that roll, is quite a large piece of red material. Ripped off, seemingly stuck in between the inside and the outside of the glass window.
So I'm listening to this conversation and I go towards this and I look at it and grab it and can see the other end outside the glass, but no damage to the glass, yeah.
That's correct.
Quite perplexing.
You sort of try and tug it, it's not moving.
It's not moving. Barclays, I think your friend is actually potentially a friend. There's this piece of cloth that's caught between this glass, but why it's there, I have no idea. And from what you describe is the same manner of people that stabbed me during the night back at...
This is important information. I think it will be useful. I do think you need to thank someone here.
Pete? Prickly?
He appreciates you. Thank you. And I also just give him a little bit of like just a little bit of like fresh water, and I.
You should
Okay.
repot him. There's beer in there.
Yeah. Okay. You know about plants, do you?
No,
You don't.
no.
Would you like to know?
I thought you were going to teach me how to play an instrument
It's
first.
just like every time.
We have a lot to do.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, you go.
I have more I want to share, but I also think this is important. So, Rook, if you have something to add, make sure it's important.
I'll just not say anything.
I nearly did like a spit take.
Barclays.
But you've all heard this, yeah, as well, right? So,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Where do we go from here?
Who is the guy with the red cloak?
Did anyone?
The Forged, the Warforged.
From what I'm to understand from the encounters we had in the Mournlands, they're a part of Tiamat's crew, who are also with the Lord of Blades, who is also in league with Byseilu.
I mean, Lord of Blades,
There's a running theme here.
yeah, he doesn't... Lord of Blades doesn't like us very much. Also, though, what does Orlix have to do with that?
I'm not sure.
Unless it's something to do with you.
Perhaps they thought we care for him more than we do.
House Galander.
Orlix did know of a way to get into the Sleeping Snake, potentially uninvited, but Gunnar.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
It's okay, Gunnar.
Did anyone see anywhere in Sharn when we were in our visions? Like, did any of you see us defeat her here?
No,
I must admit, no.
but that doesn't mean it can't be done.
No.
Just asking.
So, while you two disappeared the other night, and while you were being chloroformed, weird, why? Anyway,
I don't know. Ask that all.
That's
His
not a
hands
question.
are back.
why are you always unconscious?
I don't know. That is a good question.
Whatever, yeah, Thulroms. Gunnar, there was a moment where you and I were sitting at the table, and at first I thought it was because, I mean, I drank too much. I don't drink very much. But there was a moment where I saw Sonari, and she was standing there, and she was telling me about, well, I mean, a lot of different things. There was a lot to process. A lot about the Dreaming Dark, a lot about the battle with the Dreaming Dark, and that there are a lot of monasteries falling at the moment, and that they need help, and that they're hunting her. They're hunting Ilyana, which is my god. They're hunting me too, which I didn't think would happen. I don't know. I don't see myself as.
Dreaming Dark.
That's a really long story. I want to tell you. I do want to share it with you, but I think there are things I want to divulge first, and that is that Sonari told me that it is important for me to, and us subsequently, hopefully, get rid of Byseilu, because she's distracting me and she's causing me to have strong emotions that I don't typically have. I'm not usually this aggressive, but I'm becoming really increasingly frustrated by this one person that's trying to hunt us down. Of many people, seemingly many people. But I don't think Sonari would ever guide me wrong. She hasn't done so yet. There's no reason for her to tell me to pursue something that I shouldn't be pursuing. So I think this is important.
I just had a brain explosion. An idea.
What?
You said that you had the same vision from each prophecy. Is that right?
Well, I mean, when Gunnar opened it the second time, my first vision didn't differ from the second.
Have we all had two visions? Have we?
In your knowledge, essentially what's happened is Amara opened it once the night before. She had the same vision as the one that followed, which was when you opened the prophecy just now. The previous time you've opened a draconic prophecy was in the Dragon Crown, where you all saw the great battle. But that is the only other time a vision has you have encountered another vision.
And we're aware that there's multiple prophecies, right?
There are multiple dragon prophetic parchments, yes, correct, which have in them, as far as you're aware, and as far as Osei has described, a potential for different endings, different fates. And Byseilu said the same thing.
So my theory by triangulation. If we get ourselves one more yes, hear me out. If we get ourselves one more prophecy, and you have the same vision again, that could be true.
No, Barclays, you're misunderstanding. When we were all together in Dragon's Crown, I saw the same thing that you did.
Yes,
We
but
all
I've
saw
seen
that.
something different this time.
Yeah, so did
And
I.
you-
So did I.
I thought you said you saw the same thing.
But I've opened it twice, the same one twice. So I've opened this twice today, and I've seen the same thing twice.
I see.
But we're all seeing different things.
There's a
So I'm
pattern
seeing,
now.
there's no triangulation now.
Maybe we get a third one, just in case.
Well, I think another thing Sonari did say to me is that there are multiple prophecies, and that if we're a part of them, they'll make their way to us. We don't need to actively hunt for them; they will come to us. It was really weird, actually. She said that one was close by, and literally as I opened my eyes, Osei's running in through the door.
I see. So how do we choose which vision?
No, Osei.
Oh.
Thank you.
So what's our next move?
Let's shut him up real quick.
As this is going on, can I?
Yes.
The kitchen is
Like-
free to use, isn't it?
You can actually watch that.
Can I ask if
Yeah.
there's any
See how long it's going to get that.
any seafood or fish in this kitchen?
There's no. I've already checked for fish. There's no fish.
There's no fish.
Yeah, we're in the cogs.
Blood, meat.
You do find some dried blood, or still
Yeah,
cold,
liquid.
but you do gather a little bit.
Would there be bone as well?
Yeah, so each large cut of meat that you can see in some of these ice boxes that scatter in that kitchen behind the bar, they have different types of meat in there, all wrapped, but there is blood and bone are able to be gathered if you want to.
And there's a fireplace, yeah?
Well, in the kitchen
In the
there is a fire pit, which is currently extinguished. That's
And
the only
is it-
source of real fire.
Would you say there would be wood ash in there?
Yep.
So can I collect wood ash
Sure.
and some bone?
Yep.
And liquid blood?
Sure. Do you have a
And-
vial to put that in?
I have a mortar and pestle with my alchemy.
Okay, yeah, if you want to put it into there straight away.
And as this discussion is going on, I'm going to just gather it up and...
Okay.
Are you bubbling up in your little cauldron?
in my mortar and pestle.
Are you chanting while you're doing this?
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Are you doing that? Are you doing that not at the table? Have you gathered it and doing this
I'm
in the
just
kitchen?
Pottering about and getting this ready
What's
in the
Rook
kitchen.
doing?
I've never seen you do this before.
Rook, what are you doing?
What are those things? What's that?
He's performing some kind of spell, some magic.
Do you reckon he's evil?
This isn't this interesting, really.
Okay.
You said
It is
then-
interesting because we've never seen you do
then
it before.
just tell us what it is.
Well, Pete apparently is real, and you wish him to be rewarded. I'm just putting some fertilizer together.
You know what?
I knew it. I was like, he's gonna say blood and bone.
So Thor.
I respect that. Huskalander is pleased.
And I don't know, how long do you want me to take to do this?
Look, the bone is solid, so I think you'll be doing that until you decide to do something outside of the inn. I feel.
Okay, I'm
But you can do other things. You can
I'm listening to the
multitask.
conversation and
Yeah.
just.
The prophecy makes no difference. We have to go and confront Byseilu.
Well, also the Lord of Blades knows where we are.
Which is why we must
He
leave.
took our friend.
So let's
Friend.
end this.
He serves the house, and while he does, he's a friend.
Guys, let's end this. Let's take out Byseilu and let's get out of here.
Okay, but
I
do you have a
agree.
plan? Because last time we didn't have a plan and it didn't end well.
It's already obvious she's expecting us.
Yeah.
And I know that we should be planned, but I also just we haven't been to this place. How can we plan for somewhere we've never been?
As I'm watering and pestoing.
Pesto.
Pesting? Water pesto? A plan is a good idea.
Why don't we talk to Osei?
She's resting. Please don't wake her.
For the meantime, don't forget we still have those 5 bars of invisibility.
Okay,
We may be able to sneak in.
that is a really good plan.
And I still
That's
have
a
a
plan and a half.
vague understanding of where that axe may be. I still need to locate that object.
When last we fought her, we defeated all of her minions and stormed her hold and defeated her.
Did we?
Yes.
She did leave.
She left. She fled.
She did flee.
Yeah.
And we would. She's hiding.
But she
from
never
us.
seemed like she was. You know, she could have left a lot sooner, but I stopped her twice.
Mm.
But that wasn't easy. That
So
may not happen.
I think you're very powerful.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, I know. I think you're very powerful, and I think you can do a lot of things, but I think your main focus going in should be stopping her if she tries to leave.
Oh,
We
so
can
you want me to
focus.
save it?
Yeah, if you can. We can all go in. That's like invisibility. I have one of those too. Regev Cell gave one to me.
We all have.
Oh, so we all have. I've given those to you already then.
Yeah, so why don't we all take one of these, keeping in mind that I
How long
don't
do they
think we can.
last?
I don't think we can attack her while
We
while
can't.
we have these.
How long does it last?
No, but maybe a way for us to get in.
How long does it last?
DM question.
Actually, yeah. How long does it last?
The building that we saw when we were standing with the orcs.
Mhm.
What were the doors and walls
Oh.
made from?
They were made from just a normal timber. The doors were double doors, just a plain wooden variety. There weren't any windows on the front, just a couple on the sides. But yeah, just a plain wood, and then it hugged a back wall of the cabin.
Which is made out of.
Just a normal stone, a natural stone.
You
I
can.
have magics that can meld the stone.
You can
As in
also.
you melt stone.
I could. Yes.
Also, maybe you should breathe fire at her since you like doing that to people.
Yes, you should hit her with your staff. That's another alternative. To fire breathing.
So we have three ways of going about this. I think we can either A, create a diversion, or we can just focus on stealth and sneaking in, or we can just make a big hole.
So why don't we do
That
all
might
of
be our
those
exit
things?
strategy.
Why don't we do all of those things? Let's have Gunnar focus on stopping her. Those of us who can fight, let's fight her. And you, I mean, if you don't go unconscious, could potentially
He's
try
essentially a dragon unit.
try and keep us strong.
Yes,
But
we'll
also-
continue to heal.
Try and hurt her while you can. I can spend my entire time jumping from shadow to shadow if it is like that down there. I can surprise her as much as humanly possible, but I have to be up close to hurt her.
That sounds like a plan. Ish. Let's do it.
Do you know the way? Can you try locating your axe again?
It's about
This one needs to do
120
again.
feet that way.
No.
Well, at least
Last night I had an idea of where it is. I need to cast that spell again.
you can see if it's
Can I
with
watch?
her, so-
I need to divinate that spell again.
But she's at the serpent's.
The DM.
She's down the road though, right? That's where we're headed to the serpent's clubhouse.
The description of the orcs
Yeah.
did mention that she is residing or hiding or staying there at
The
the
serpent's
moment.
inn.
The sleeping snake.
Sleeping snake. Cool.
After that conversation, would I have finished?
Correct. The now very gluggy looking concoction that you've broken down, it seems to be now more ready to use for the
I
sword.
hand it to the Barclays. This is for Pete.
Yes, fresh.
And can I use a? Have you picked him out?
Yeah.
Have you taken him out?
Yeah.
Can I use a nature check to speak to Pete?
To speak to him?
Yeah. Or to think that I'm speaking to him?
To think
You don't need a nature check for that, buddy.
no, please, roll me a nature check.
You might be able to see if there's a hint of vitality
God.
from the interaction, right?
So the 3 rolls I've done tonight, a 1, 2, and a 1.
Maybe it's because you're rolling to that really loud dice tray. Maybe
Rook,
you should roll on the soft side
as-
of velvet.
As you hover the mortar and pestle over this plant and towards Barclays, you feel something, a vibration or a sense, as though there was something cast on you in return, potentially. Something you feel a quick flutter in your stomach, and you feel like some sort of communication is open. What do you want to say?
Pete, I thank you for your collaboration with this group,
Pretend that's Pete. Look at him.
and I'm humbled by your efforts to stay up all night. It's more than some have done for this group.
All right. And as you finish off, are you actually speaking that too, or are you trying to
Trying to
mentally communicate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is he like this?
It's a concentration of sorts, like he would be when he's aiming a bow for quite a long time. And as you do this, you feel as though the message has been received somewhat, but silence is your stern reply. There doesn't seem to be any sort of acknowledgement from it.
And I wiped the ingredients off onto my leg, and all right. So, Gunnar, you ready?
Yes, I do think so. Barclays, before we go, some of the things that I can do a lot of the things I can do require me to be able to overpower the person. So, do you have any magical abilities, or even you, Thulrom, that can weaken her, stopping her from being able to resist my powers? Because several times, the last time we fought her, I failed. She's so strong. I can't
You want
penetrate
me
her
to
mind.
make me irresistible to her?
No.
What?
I need.
You want me to just weaken her?
I want her not to be able to resist my mind controls.
The answer is yes, my friend.
What?
Okay.
What? How would she resist your magic?
Well, usually
what
it's,
aspect of herself would she have to call on? Her
it
strength,
depends on.
her wisdom, her intelligence, how smart she is,
It's either.
how strong she is with her body.
Can I finish?
No.
So it's usually either how smart she is. She can either knows or understands the spell, or she's able to see through it. So, if you were talking about, say, like a hypothetical stat that was like in an imaginary made-up game, it would probably be.
Don't do it. Don't do
I
it.
can make it hard for her to focus and do things.
Okay, but yeah. Sure. What spell is that?
Mm.
You want to know
Yeah, what
my
spell?
spell's name?
Yeah.
Every spell has a name. You do know.
Is this common?
It is common
And we
knowledge.
just don't give them our own names. There's like.
Oh, you
there's
can
like a
flavour it. You can
Yeah.
flavour it, but the
I'm
commonality.
everything Barclays, whatever. it is.
there are common, well-known names for each spell, so it's not yeah.
I can bestow a curse.
Okay. What does that do?
Well, I can.
Mine is Barclay's Blustering Bane.
Okay, but what does that do? Oh, it's
That's what it
Bane.
says. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I can choose one aspect of her personality, and when
That
she
one sounds good.
needs to draw on it, she won't be able to as easily. So whatever it takes to resist your spell, that won't come as easily to her. And while
Is that an ability check or a saving throw?
no, I don't know. What do you think?
Because it doesn't work for saving throws, I think.
Can I say we do have one other thing we could try?
Yeah.
Just as a tactic. Just letting you know. You and me.
Yeah.
Remember yesterday when we were chasing Osei? Remember those two orcs?
Hold on, I was chasing with you.
I was there too. Yep.
Yes. We could look like those two orcs. As if we were delivering Osei.
Oh, I can do that.
I can't look like anything, but if
I
that's
can
okay.
do that too. I can,
This is gonna work out
Yeah.
really well.
You-
Potentially,
you and I
why don't we
both
pop
can
out
We
do
don't
this
need
as
to be
ourselves.
invisible this
Yeah.
way.
How about we pop out invisibility?
And we create a diversion or a distraction
Well, maybe
so our pals can show up.
maybe we should use this as a last resort.
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah.
well,
yeah.
what if you guys go in as the orcs?
Yeah, but then they're gonna want to talk to us, and I don't sound like an orc.
We'll take Osei.
No, no.
She's passed out.
Can we take like a not Osei?
That doesn't make any sense. sense.
No, is there something that we could maybe disguise or?
Oh.
You could take one as a prisoner.
He don't like. We can't make him look like Osei.
No, I
but
think he means that we pretend
Hold
something
on.
is Osei. I can look like Osei.
Sure, I can just be the orc and just say the other one's arm fell off
Wait,
and had to go
wait.
somewhere else.
Byseilu, if you remember, last time we saw her, took a particular interest in one of our party. What if
Who?
Rook?
Why?
She said she might have use for him. So what if
He's
we?
not you. Oh, kidding.
Done. Thank you.
That was a kid.
What if we
I'm a kid.
disguised you two as the orcs? You've kidnapped Rook because Osei got away. This is the collateral. Me and Thulrom go in invisible. I actually can use my key energy to cast a spell that will make us less detectable as well. And that goes for all of us, not just me and Thulrom.
I just worry that she might see through our illusions.
Well, if she does, then hopefully she's the last person we cross. We don't even have to go through the whole journey this way. You guys can pop that just before we go in.
Okay. Let's do it.
Let's just go. Let's do it. That's a great plan. Awesome.
That's a good
Thanks,
plan.
Rook. You're the bait. Let's go.
Let's do it.
And I will at this
Is my
point just.
consent not important here?
Are we all putting
No.
our hand in? Is that what we're doing?
And
And
Barclays 5.
Caramel.
Can I
We
quickly
still
just-
actually we should say to the group. Do we have a group name?
no.
Yeah, Thulroms
If
Five.
anybody wants to
not
jump
Thulroms
in
Five.
Maybe
and
we can let our
suggest a group
maybe we can
name
let our
for
fans
us,
maybe we can
yeah,
let our fans
our
name
fans,
us.
in fact,
That's
if
a good
anybody's
idea.
watching, this whole week, if you give us a group name, we'll consider it.
We'll
That's about-
consider.
There's no
We'll
promise.
consider it. I'm not saying that that's what will be chosen, but we will consider it.
Someone in the chat has said Thulroms Five.
That's
It was
you.
you.
Way to
You
give.
shithead.
That's actually a really good idea. I'm very If you want to bring in your opinion there, all good. Can I? That would be amazing. I would also just mention. I would like to clarify how long those invisibility potions last.
An
1 hour.
hour, apparently.
An hour. That's
Yeah.
correct. Thank you very much. I was mistaken last time. Thank you.
Yes.
So,
Making our way.
what are your next moves?
Walking
We're
fast.
making our way down to. Yeah.
Okay.
We
So
start.
you are leaving
Is it
Yeah.
still like? Is it like 3 a.m. now?
approximately.
What is it? 3 a.m.
Yeah, I don't know why we all got up so early. So.
Well, I was
like,
asleep
happy.
when someone woke me up.
Oh. Why did we get up early?
It's an 8-hour nap. That was
That's actually how
This
it
is what happens
works.
to
Yeah,
most
I know.
humans, yeah.
that's the long rest duration. However, I mean, you can sleep more if you'd like, or do
No,
other
let's
things.
just go. With
Thank you, 5th edition.
We love it.
Yeah.
All right. So you are heading out.
Are we heading out?
Yeah, let's go.
Does anyone want any more food and like comments?
How am I supposed to act if I'm unconscious of being carried?
We're not doing that until we get there, and you don't have to be unconscious. You just have to be a prisoner.
Wait a minute. So what? So we're
Let's
taking.
get this straight before we get
Yeah,
there.
So you're the
This could be
prisoner.
important.
So let's all pop these invisibility potions when we get there. When we get to the point where there is a door or something between us and Byseilu, Gunnar, Barclays, disguise yourselves as the orcs. Rook, you be Rook. You two go in. We'll stay invisible.
You know this could just be the front door.
It could be, but it probably won't be. Here's hoping.
It is 3 a.m.
Yeah, well, this is probably a good time to go. She probably won't even be awake. We don't know. We can only try.
We should actually take advantage of being invisible to see if there's any other ways into the
Establishment.
venue.
Yeah, we should
Yeah.
definitely scope it out a little bit. Yes.
Hallmaker.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely looking for.
You.
But let's not lose sight of why we're going there. We can always investigate when she's dead.
No, it's mostly to find a way in and out for after we kill her. Let's
Do we have Can we if we have to contact anybody, can we do this? If we need
Yes.
I can speak in your minds, and
Yeah.
I can pass messages on between everyone. Like I can be the
Spec Ops.
two cups in the string. That's fine.
Can we also contact our powerful allies if we need to? Maybe just to help get us out.
We should tell Osei.
Yeah, we have a demon.
Yeah, but the demon is aligned with Byseilu.
That's alright. He's pissed off.
We know his name.
I assume
Ah,
Byseilu would too.
Plus, he's looking for Byseilu. She's
Yeah.
running from him.
Yeah, we could
Yeah.
just open the door and
She's
let him
not
in.
working with him. He was coming for her.
Could reunite them.
Let's only do that if we need to, because we can't risk this demon turning on us.
Agreed.
Right, but that will be the plan. If
You don't know that.
we can't do something and she's in the room and for whatever reason we can't do something, we bring forth the demon.
Agreed.
Agreed?
Yeah, let's
Just don't
give it
say
a
his
go.
name.
What was his name?
I'm
Don't-
saying it out loud.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It'll come if I say it now.
Let's wait until we get to the front of the sneaky snake.
The snake.
So it's
And
clubhouse.
then let's take these potions. Let's not waste any time.
Let's go.
You head out of the inn and you look outside, and as you exit and quickly make your way towards your destination, the Sleeping Snake, even at 2 a.m., an occasional dwarf ready for the day's work looks and glances at you as a group, tight-knit and scurrying in the darkness. The lava flow now making the entire expanse extremely dark, almost foreboding as you shift behind the alley, familiar to you, and watch as this slight stream, even since a few hours before, has expanded ever so slightly. This far down, as you make your way down that alley, you almost feel beneath you a slight shift and a rumble, like a small tremor greets you in the morning. And slowly, making your way forth more, you eventually come to the point where you rescued Osei, and then in front of you, the lights are out completely, the door is shut, it seems empty, is the Sleeping Snake Inn, the destination in which you feel is where Byseilu is residing. You are probably about 30 feet away.
I think now's the time. Let's pop these potions.
Can I do just a check to see if we're being observed by anything?
Perception check, please.
What the heck? Why have you done that?
What have you done?
My roll wasn't good.
I can't believe you've done this!
So I use your roll instead. 7.
7. You have a quick glance here and there. Your focus is on the inn, and you do see a human-looking gentleman, older, greying beard, wrinkles, heavy set, large stomach, but large arms, just carry a backpack full of tools. As he comes around the alley, again, one glance, he looks like he's sooty, as though he's either finished work or starting it, and he doesn't
passing through.
Passing through. He's taking no notice, but that's all you notice.
Let's take these potions.
Yeah, I'm ready to take this potion.
Is everyone taking the invisibility
Did we
potion?
figure out how long it goes for?
1 hour.
Stay within 30 feet of me. And then
How
I'm
will I
gonna...
know where you are?
Yeah, how do we... It's a great question.
Let's tie ourselves to each other. With
That could be bad.
This may be a few
Can we
times that I
see
would-
Or just hold a rope. Just hold the rope.
Or alternatively, and I just hold out my dragon hand.
Let's just hold hands.
Amara, there may be a better way for this, and I regret to say this.
My
but
dragon.
can you not just communicate into our minds?
No,
We need to be able to see each other.
So if I accidentally touch you, it's an accident.
Oh my god. That's usually what an accident
I'm
is.
gonna slip that ring off and attach it to the same chain as my holy sigil.
Okay, good to know.
Good point. DM question.
Sure.
Never mind.
That's a
Good
good
to know.
question.
Sorry, I was just reading. I was gonna cast Pass Without a Trace, and I was just making sure I didn't have to see the people around me, and it doesn't specifically say. Did I?
For the purposes of the spell, I'll allow it that you don't have to see them to cast a spell on them.
Well, it does say that a veil of shadows for the duration. Each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has. So it
Yeah,
doesn't say
it's
anything about
choose,
seeing.
not
you.
Before we leave, I still haven't located my axe.
We've already left. You went to the bathroom.
That's okay.
Yeah,
You-
we're standing outside.
You're staying.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to do it now?
Yes. Got
Okay.
me ready?
Yep.
And again, put on my hands. Think about the feel, the texture, the weight.
Good.
Then flip my hands over and say the name of the axe. And
Alright. Your vision almost ends as quickly as you cast the spell because the room in front of you, at the very back of this small inn, whereby you see not a lot with the darkness, however the glow of your weapon is resting on the one chair or one large throne-like place of seating that is there, resting on top of that, side on, but you can see it's been well sharpened.
from my previous vision, would I glean anything more, if DM question, if I was to understand that the hall that it was in and where I assume Byseilu was sharpening it?
It is this. It seems to be
It's
the
in the
same
same-
room,
it's in
but
the same room.
the only difference is you can't make out any other figures in that room like you did before with the blur. Even the blurriness around you dictates that there's nothing around. Seems empty.
The axe gunner, and
She's been touching your axe.
she has. It's much, I'd hate to admit, sharper than it was once. The room that it is seems to be the same as where I was located it before.
Can you see her?
But previously, I felt the presence of UNT. They're not here now.
Can you see her?
I can't see anything. The room seems to be empty.
Okay,
Your axe has its own room.
let's give it.
I
Let's give it a go.
What an axe?
have a feeling there may be a trap.
This is definitely a trap.
Yeah, but
One that we may need to trigger.
well, better to trigger it invisible than not. I guess.
The room is empty.
I'm going to.
Do you have a weapon, if you, other than your bow, if you need to use it? Because she's got your axe.
Just my knife. Like hunting knife and...
I'll get it for you.
Do you need another weapon?
This is
Nah.
on the table.
Alright.
Well, in Rook's, no. My arrows are sharp enough. If I get into close combat, I can just use them.
Should we bind your hands if
Right.
you're going to be a prisoner?
Not yet.
No, we're all invisible.
So let's take these potions. I'm gonna pull mine out and wait for everyone to kind of do the same.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as everyone's got their potions,
I got my potion.
I will
Had it for 20 years.
I will drink mine,
Okay,
and then I'm going to cast Pass Without a Trace.
sure.
And be like, I'm gonna say in everyone's minds, as long as you stay as close to me as possible, you guys will be a little sneakier.
Are we holding hands?
Swifty.
We didn't hold hands beforehand, so we can try, but don't know how well that will go.
I'll let you hold hands before you take the potions if you want to make.
We really should.
Yeah, let's hold hands.
Okay.
What if I don't take mine yet?
Then you'd be invisible.
You'll be
Gonna
a little sneaky.
grab onto my cloak.
No, I think maybe if I say this music is making me reconsider this. But maybe if I don't go invisible straight away, I can use my abilities to get your axe as quick as possible, and then I can go invisible.
It's up to you.
Do you want your axe?
Kinda yes, but not at the risk of your life.
Well, you guys can jump and save me if something happens. If something happens, we've got to fight anyway.
Just be careful.
I like this idea because I think. Sorry, not so loud. I like this idea because I think the alternative could be interesting. Us 5 holding hands, invisible, and the person at the front gets to the door and it doesn't open, and the person at the front then says to the person next to them, "It won't open," and they pass it down the chain.
Don't pass it
Then
down the
what do we
chain.
do?
Don't pass it down the chain.
Okay.
Pass it down the chain.
You go first, and
I'll go first.
you can just tell us in our head.
Okay.
If the door doesn't open,
I'll go
take
first.
us to the stone shelf where the wall meets the stone.
Okay.
Is there nothing, again, at once, there's nothing in front of the door. Shall we just not enter?
I will go first. I'll open the door.
I will come after you.
Gunnar, I would not let you go first.
I'll go first. Guys, we have an hour. We're wasting time. Let's
So,
go.
Let's do it.
Who's taken the potion?
I haven't yet.
I have.
Who isn't
You
going
said you
to?
did.
That's okay. That's right. Look, we'll backtrack. So Amara's just about to take hers. Just let me know who's not. So and who is, just so I know.
So I'm taking mine because I'm team stealth with Amara.
Okay.
As I understand it, these three,
Yeah, you all have +10 to your stuff.
these three are team turn this guy in.
That's okay.
No.
Is there anyone standing at the front?
No.
All right, so I'm not going to take mine immediately, but
Okay.
I might try to be as stealthy as I can.
Yep.
And I'm next to Amara.
Okay. So
I'm
who
taking
who
mine
is
immediately.
taking the potion?
Yeah, I'll take
Thulrom and Amara. Thank you.
Well, we're gonna.
Hold my hand. Hold my dragon hand.
Cool.
Yes.
Ooh. Say it like that.
scaly.
And then what I do is I just change my cloak to just be kind of dark, shadowy, just with maybe a little bit of a glow in it, just from. I look like the environment. It's like urban camo, basically.
I put my hood up and
Yep.
do a similar thing.
Okay.
Do you want us to roll stealth?
Yeah, I'll need everyone. If you're going in, I'll need everyone to roll
Everyone
stealth,
had a
please.
+10.
Those who are invisible get an advantage on this.
Hell yeah. Okay, I needed
Plus
that
10.
+10. Yeah, and your modifier.
Okay, so from my left, so Rook.
27?
Yeah.
27.
I rolled a disadvantage because I'm wearing medium armor,
Thank you.
but my first one was a 10.
But that can. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So
Sure.
Plus 10.
20.
So 20.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Also 27.
27.
You get your modifier
Hang on,
as well.
you
so
said your
it's
first one?
Gunnar.
Oh, 24.
I haven't rolled yet.
Ah, sure.
If you got Taddy's modifier, so it's 24.
24. Thank you.
Oh no.
16.
Good to know. All right. So
Just means that white stuff.
all right. So you all head in. The door is unlocked as
Yes!
far as you can see.
I'll say in everyone's head, it's unlocked.
Who's going in first?
Me.
And I'll
Gunnar
be
is?
directly behind
Okay,
you.
Gunnar.
I will follow.
Okay, you
We're
turn.
holding
Holding
hands.
hands.
Okay, you turn the handle, Gunnar, and it slowly, very lightly, one of the doors on the right, as you open it up, it just gives a very slight creak. And looking in, once over, just seems as though there is what Rook described, a bare room with 3 small lanterns on each side of the room, making a dim light. But at the far end, with an empty space in the middle, the chairs and tables seem to have been put to the sides. Normally that would indicate shutting up for the night and a clean. And at the far end, similar to the inn you were in before. There's the bar at the very back with a door on the left side. No stairs though. That differs from the other inn, but the one large stone chair with a high back, light grey in colour with a lovely timber inside for the seat, and on it resting a very large steel axe.
How far away?
It's probably about 25 feet away.
I'll reach out and I'll lift it up.
Are we all creeping in?
If that's what you'd like to do. At the moment, it's just Gunnar at the door, and he's in front. So what are you all doing?
I'd just be following.
Okay.
Can I just... You do what you want. In my vision, she was sharpening that blade. Ready for something. You do what you wish with your magics, but I do feel there's a trap laid for us. Whether she wished to kill me with that thing or lure us in.
Okay. The weight again, please.
Fuck. I forgot about this.
That's okay.
10 pounds.
10 pounds. Okay. You attempt to lift, however, it is a heavy piece of weaponry, and it shudders, and then lays back down, and then you sort of feel the spell fail. But then as you finish the spell, it shudders again. And you watch as slowly it lifts up from an 80-degree angle upward, more and more, until it is slowly, completely vertical, floating, but not by your hand. The axe flies in your direction in an instant, and as you just look at it, it's just.
Can I make a...
Wait.
It attacks. You guys are currently still just outside the door.
Who's it going towards?
It's going towards the door, so Gunnar, it's going to have a hit at you. That is a 17 to hit.
No.
Does that hit?
Yep.
What is the damage on the great axe usually, please, Rook?
1d12 plus 1.
Good to know, thank you.
I don't know if you have that.
We need grim lighting.
Alright, that's 12 points of piercing damage. As you get, you feel yourself flown backwards. The axe misses, initially you think it missed you, but then it hits the door and goes through it. And it's probably why it didn't do more damage, but it strikes you in the shoulder and you feel yourself getting flown back into, who was next in line? Yeah, Amari. Amari,
Is
you
it
just...
a flying thing? Can I deflect missile?
No, it's Gunnar. It's Gunnar,
Oh, right,
like
okay.
the
Oh, there was a
axe,
thing flying at me.
the axe sticks in the
Use the
door
missile.
with a thump, and with a crash of wooden splinter, Gunnar just gets flown back into you. You can see this large gash in his shoulder.
Gunnar! Are you okay?
That hurt me.
Are you okay? I have a potion. If you
It's
need
fine.
it.
It's fine. Go inside. Let's go. She's in there.
I go straight in.
Okay.
But invisible.
As you go straight in, anyone else following?
Yeah.
All right. Are you all going in?
Can I make an like, has this axe just fallen onto the floor?
No, it's stuck in the wood of the door,
And in me.
and you can see there is a sheen of blood where it did strike Gunnar.
Hang on. Do you
Did it
guys
knock
wanna
me to
do
the
that?
ground?
Yeah.
Well,
Did it knock me to the ground?
It knocked you into Amara, but you're not prone.
I pop my invisibility potion and go in, and I have a really good look, triggering the ability of my ring.
Ah, yes. Okay. As you use your ring's power and you look around the room, your eyes suddenly, you all see Barclay's eyes, you just, for a moment, the glare of brightness coming from it for a second as you look into whatever might be hidden by magical means, and you find nothing. Nothing is being magically hidden in the room at this time.
It's okay, don't punish yourself like
No,
this.
it's my ring isn't broken. Nothing.
Nothing. It is a bare room. No one is hiding behind magical sight. But as you watch, you see the axe shift once more. As you all start to enter, you look back and you see this axe on its own accord, seeming to be pulling back, trying to get out of this bind that it's stuck in.
Can I say, stay behind me? Stay behind me, I can catch it. Or I can try.
What are you all doing?
I stay behind her.
Mm-hmm.
I just let her know, like, there doesn't appear to be an illusion in this room. Is that, am I right in saying it like that?
Yeah, that's fine if that's how you want to describe it. But yes, it is essentially what you're looking for, yes.
Yeah.
I run. So after seeing everything happen there, can I? Is there any like braziers or anything on the walls that are any torches?
Three
or-
torches, one on each, three on each. Sorry, 6 torches, 3 on each side. Evenly spaced out, probably about 10 feet between each other. Probably about your head height.
After seeing it reverberate out of the wooden door that with the blood soaked on it, I attempt in my time to tie a rope to it.
Okay.
And then run over to the closest hook or any wall mount and then tie that to that.
All right. For the purposes of this, I'll get you to make tying a rope is an intelligence check to see how well you tighten it. So I'll get you to roll an intelligence check for me, please.
and twos, please be satisfied.
It's
a
a
2! Fuck!
That's it. That's
Oh, I've never seen someone with
2-1,
such bad luck at the
2-1.
moment. Wow. You go ahead and attempt to tie this axe, but not before
This is first.
it
It's this.
tries to
No,
pull
it's
itself
not.
away
You
further
are
from you. Is anyone else doing anything at this time?
Is there any doors in this room?
There is one door, the one that is at the far end of the room next to the bar, similar to what you'd be looking at if you were looking at the House Galander Inn.
Thulrom, let's go! And I want to like pull Thulrom if he's willing. Otherwise, if he's not, I'll just let go and run towards the door.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna let you go. I'm sorry.
Ah.
As she calls, I'm gonna resist for a second, but when I feel you let go, I'm not gonna grab you and hold you there.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause
how do you know
that's-
you grabbed him? We're invisible.
We were already
Holding
holding.
hands.
You're
Oh,
not
you're already
invisible.
holding hands. No, I just went invisible.
No, we were holding hands. It's kind of
Right.
the
Okay.
two. It's a kind of dual thing.
So you
Are
pulled.
you fighting over me?
No. But here's the thing: if you pulled him, and then I'm holding his hand, he's just pulled me.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
So what
Stop
are you
pulling each
what are you
other
doing?
back. Just
Why are
like-
we
All right, guys.
Between the two of them, I'm gonna let Amara go and
Mhm.
take that free hand and raise it open palm towards the axe and cast Dispel Magic. So basically, any spell of 3rd level or lower on a target, so any creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell effect of 3rd level or lower ends, and if it's 4th level or higher, make an ability check, which is 10 plus the spell level, so a DC of 13.
All right. As you all watch, the axe shudders as it yanks itself out of the wood, but as it does, immediately clatters onto the ground, still and unmoving. Thulrom, you're looking at it and you have this wave of an effect definitely taking place here as whatever magic was instilled into this to animate it has now been extinguished.
I verbally explained to the group because from their perception, the axe just fell out of the door. Really, like they didn't see me cast a spell or anything. So I said, "That was me. I've dispelled its magic. It's a normal axe once again."
Rook, do you want to pick it up? Your axe is fine now.
And it's sharper now.
Get the plus
She
3.
can sharpen it better than
Plus 3 to hit and
Am I close by
damage.
to pick it up?
Yeah, you're close.
Thor, thank you, and pick it up.
Your axe could be more powerful now.
Is it a +2 axe?
Maybe we should turn around and go get it investigated and come back.
Oh my god. Do you think maybe she's not here anymore?
Well, let's find out, I say as I stand at the door.
Yeah, let's go. Further into this place that is a trap. Let's go.
And I'm gonna push the door open. I'm not gonna enter, but I'm gonna is it a handle or is it just a push?
There is a handle.
I'm gonna twist the handle and I'm gonna kick it open.
Push it and then kick it.
Yeah, not like to break it, but just like I wanna like keep my distance as I open it. So more of a like using my foot to open
Yeah,
it,
just
not
like,
so
you
much
just
a like a
pop
kung
it just a
fu
little bit
kick.
and then kick it in.
As
Yeah.
I see this door open on its own, I walk towards it.
Guys, over here.
All right. Who's doing something else apart from the door?
I'm still holding hands.
Is my axe +1?
Yeah, we're
I'm still holding hands.
Your axe is familiar to you. It is at the moment the same axe that you
Kicking.
you're used to. Yes.
You sound disappointed for getting your axe back.
No, I'm happy to get it back.
So, you're all at the door. Anything else? Did I miss anything that we wanted to do? Okay. So who's trying to open this door? Right. As you try and turn it, there is something locking it together and binding it.
Can anyone pick locks?
I'm gonna try as hard as I can to kick the lock open.
Okay,
Pick.
make a strength check.
Pick. I said pick.
Make a strength check.
Well, I misheard you and you're invisible, so I was sorry.
I don't know that you're doing
I know.
this. Do I get in the way of this?
No. He just sort of think of it as pushing you aside slightly as he gives it a good kick.
Thor,
That's compliment.
now can we assist him? 'Cause we are kind of holding
yeah.
hands. You know,
So
you've
we'll
got
just talked again.
Yes, I know what you're trying to do. Yes.
Yeah.
Sure,
Go
you
down,
can do
You
that.
know what I'm talking about.
You can do that.
Yeah, we're gonna swing you.
Yeah, swing me.
Mm.
Do it. And do I get?
Because we're holding hands, like
Yeah.
we'll just like heave him into
So-
the.
Do I take an advantage on that? Do you want to
I
roll?
don't know. What do you say, Dad?
Well, you can take an advantage,
man.
Thorum.
Take the advantage. Thank God for that. That was a really
That's what DM stands for. Dad.
dead man.
Oh, that's
dude, that
worse.
was-
You rolled a 6 and a 5.
That is a 9 for that strength check.
Man.
9.
You're
All right.
better. Look.
Crack! you take one draconic foot and you slam it up against the door. You feel the door shudder. Some dust from the top flows down slowly, but you feel like this is a particularly tough, thick, solid door. It's not easy to get past, it seems.
It's locked.
Can I give it a go?
Sure, if you'd like.
Thulrum, let's see if I'm stronger than you. And then I want to give it a go.
Sure.
I'm not. But let's find out. No, I am not. That was a 7.
A 7. Same thing. Unfortunately, you are at the moment a little you are at the moment a bit dumbfounded by the next.
Can I inspect the lock?
Sure, go for it. Make an investigation check.
Thank you.
While this is going on, are we directed through this way? Is there no other openings, or are we just assuming?
From your vantage point, it seems as though you don't see another way through.
Okay.
That's a 12.
A 12. Looking at it, it seems you go to the handle where the lock and key looks like it goes into. It seems as though
Like does the handle turn?
the handle
Or is it
turns.
fortified? Like, because it could be fortified from the other side, like barred, for example, instead of.
The handle seems to turn,
Yeah.
but only slightly because it is locked. And looking at it, you feel like this is a particularly well-made piece of device here. It seems as though if force doesn't get through it, certainly thieves' tools might be required.
Yeah. Is it a wooden door or?
Seems to be a solid wooden door.
I share this with the group that it's a good lock.
With my newfound axe, can I just try and fireman door open it?
It's like shimmy.
Just hack it.
Oh, hack it. Yeah, sure. Make an attack roll.
Near the
Near
the
that.
lock.
Yep,
So I
sure.
can reach around it. 102s all night long.
Use your Kraken dice.
They're all my Kraken dice.
No, they're not. Those gold ones are Chessex.
Strength check.
Strength. Oh, no, attack roll. Attack roll.
Attack roll.
Yep.
Do I add my modifier?
Yes, you do.
19.
19 hits. Yeah, roll for damage.
1d12. Oh my god, finally. 12?
12 points.
Yeah.
All right. You take the great axe, and the familiar feel of the handle is comforting to you as you swing it, as you've done many times before, and it hits between the handle and that small millimeter space, and you hear a crash as the handle comes completely off of that part of the door, and it shatters whatever lock was keeping you from entering, and you feel the door slide slowly open. Some pieces of shards of wood on the floor.
Rip my axe out, pull to my side. Amara,
Well,
honor is yours.
that worked.
Kick it open.
Is it not open already?
It is slightly ajar.
You smashed it shut.
And then I just...
Wow, I'm so quick to open it. It almost like it did it itself.
And I
but
just
I
push it open with the hilt, the top half of my axe, the soft part.
I'm
Push it
walking
open,
in.
the soft,
Okay.
soft part. Not the bladed side.
The plushy part.
Yeah.
As you is everyone going in?
Yeah.
All right.
Flying.
Sure.
Still holding hands.
Okay. So who's invisible again? Just making sure. Cool. Good to know. All right. As you all enter in, a small hallway, slowly angled downward, greets you. Steps also guide you downward. No light here, but at the very end, an opening where there's no door, but simply an archway that leads into another room. From this vantage point, you can't quite see through. You still creep because you are still stealthed, and you did roll quite nice stealth checks. As you make your way down,
We're heading down a flight of stairs that ends in an archway. Yeah?
I'm sorry. I was interrupting you then.
There you
No, go on.
go. Gunnar, we're the only two here that are visible. Thoughts?
I'm kind of hurting right now. That's the only thing I can really think about. I'm bleeding.
How do you?
May I be able to stabilize you?
What? Oh, I'm not like that badly hurt, but it still hurts. It's a pretty big cut.
Hearing this, Thulrum walks up and
Don't waste it. I can hear you coming closer. Don't waste it. You waste your invisibility. If you cast a spell.
if I cast a spell, that will ruin my invisibility.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we run.
Gunnar,
You're
I
asking
have
the
a
DM, but
potion.
yeah.
I have
I have one too.
Asking this guy.
It's okay.
Well, sorry, Gunnar, and I go to pat him on the back wherever I think he. If I can see you, I just pat him on the back invisible. And
Can I just use some bandages?
Does anyone have first aid?
so does anyone have a healing kit? That would be the equivalent of bandages.
We all have potions though.
I have a potion as well. It's okay. I just saying that's what's going through my head right now.
Gunnar.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is Gunnar.
Yes.
I have brewer supplies.
Not
We
gonna.
can at least enjoy ourselves.
Trust me, but I picked up some worms from Road that can help with the aiding of your healing.
What?
yes, let him give you worms.
That's a
Kip,
joke.
do you want some worms?
Gunnar, I
That would
have
be
a couple
fun.
of extra potions, and I'm going to give you 2 greater healing potions.
Okay. Thanks.
Can
So just
I?
keep them on you.
I pull out an arrow
Mm-hmm.
and just knock it,
Mm-hmm.
and not at full capacity, but just loosen it down the hallway.
Yep. Alright. It loosely fires, and as you watch the arrow continues downward, it doesn't stop at the landing. As you watch, the staircase becomes longer as the arrow travels, and it goes down further and further, and then out of sight as blackness takes over where a staircase was once. Now looks like it's more than just one level of stair.
Your arrow got really small.
I
You had a shrinking arrow.
I then pull out some of my rope, 50 meters of it.
Yep.
It was a 50-meter rope, and tie it to the end of the arrow,
Mm-hmm.
and then this time pull it a lot harder, and then shoot down.
It's 50 foot.
50 foot, yeah.
It becomes taut after but a few seconds, but you do hear very lightly a clattering.
So it's longer than 50 feet.
You gather from what
Well, it's not as long as
it might just be just shy of.
I'm going to give you my 50 feet of rope. Why don't you see if it's longer than 100 feet?
a clatter. Does anybody
Who's
here
got
that's
dark vision?
invisible wish to go down?
Barclays, you see the arrow in the darkness, and
No,
it's
I don't.
it's now. Even though the stair went further downward, it seems to have struck a landing, but it's a good 45 feet downward, a lot longer
I
of a
can
travel.
shadow jump down
It
there.
seems to have struck a landing. It's a good 45 feet.
Guys, I can jump down there. I can get there. In like that.
Amara, I appreciate your...
Well,
Do
what's the alternative? What's the
I
alternative?
appreciate
We
you.
stand here. I'm invisible.
Let's do
They
something.
can't see
Yeah,
me
yeah,
either.
yeah.
Anyway, they
Do it,
can't see
do
me.
it.
I've tested it.
Do
Go
it,
down.
and if you need us to come immediately, yank the rope.
If I
Send
need
a
you to
signal.
come immediately, I will speak to you in your head.
Yes.
I grab the end of the rope and tie it around my...
I'm just
don't
saying
tie
we
it,
have a
just
communications
loosely
rope now.
Pull it. Yeah. Amara, if you get to the bottom and it's safe, pull on the rope.
I can come with you.
How?
I can levitate.
Don't, Gunnar, you are hurt. I want you to focus on.
Oh, I can heal myself now. You've given me plenty of.
Just
I can fish your shadow.
wait.
Okay.
And
I'm
then-
gonna pop. First of all, I'm gonna go and undock the potion I had, which is just a potion of healing.
Yep.
I'm just making sure that. No, it's not a spell, so I can do this without
Yeah, of course.
losing invisibility. So I'm
Yep.
going to say, "See you on the other side," and then I'm gonna disappear into the shadows and reappear. I have to be able to see where I'm going,
Yep.
so I guess wherever I would stop based on my line of sight.
What's your movement?
45 feet.
Yeah, that's fine. So you make it about 10 feet or so away from the very bottom. You're probably about 10 steps away from the bottom landing. And as you land there and hold your back against the wall where that small shadow appears, make a perception check, please.
Like Ben is rolling 1s and 2s, I am rolling 8s. Perception, so 11.
11. You notice that this particular archway that leads into another room, as you sort of duck your head slightly and look in, has a green tinge to it. This room starts off and becomes a vast hall, huge in size, with these white and light green tile on the floor, which goes out of your view. But what you do hear is you hear scribbling of ink and I guess pen on parchment essentially, but that's echoing through whatever room is beyond.
So I would like to very quietly walk those last 10 steps down. I'd like to pick up the arrow that Rook shot. I'd like to like crouch down whilst looking into this room. And then I don't want to attack anything. I just want to throw it into the room to see if there's any reaction to that sort of movement in the room.
Okay, can you do me a favor and just specify what you're doing in which order? Because you're...
So I'll creep down.
Yep.
If the arrow's on the way, I'll pick it up on the way.
It
If
is.
it's so I'll pick it up on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Once I get to the bottom of the landing without entering the next room, I will crouch right down, and I will then throw the arrow.
Alright, what I might do is just... Yeah, go on, please.
Are you throwing the arrow?
No, that's right. Rook, what are you doing?
Are you throwing the arrow?
I'm not attacking it.
No, that's okay. But are you throwing the arrow?
Yes.
That's attached to my hand. And I asked to pull the rope if it's safe.
Wait,
There was,
when was it
there was
attached
two
to the
arrows
rope?
though. Oh yeah, true.
There were two.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
arrow?
so I would pick up the one that's not
Okay,
attached to the
good,
rope.
good.
That's alright. No, it's good to
I'd be
clarify.
like, oh, it's safe. Let's go.
Good to clarify. Amara, for the purpose of this, I'll probably give you an option, because as you go down a bit further, you can see the room a little bit clearer. And just let me know if you want to change your mind about throwing an arrow first, because what you see in front of you is a large... The closest you can think of is a throne room. In the very center of this large area are 4 enormous statues of marble of horsemen. These large horses made of marble, and these soldiers on top with these enormous spears that are all pointing their spears into the very center of the room. On the very sides, huge pillars. And at the very back of the room, these large stairs that lead up to a throne, empty. But beside the throne, a small desk, and back turned to you, a person scribbling furiously. The only figure that seems to be living in this room. Scribbling something, and you hear this frustrated sighs coming from her. The mistress continues to write, seemingly unaware that you're there, but you see something else, and that's hanging from a chain in the very center of the room, upside down, somehow tied by both feet, blood dripping from an unknown wound from your vantage point, is the slowly swaying movement of Orlix.
When you say the mistress, do you mean Byseilu?
There's something else you notice though, as the scribbles continue to happen. Around the center of the room, around this circular tile that makes up the middle where the soldiers are pointing to with their spears still, an ethereal, ghostly set of figures appear out of nothingness. They sit on chairs around this area, and they'll sort of independently look up and around the room. And you watch as there are some familiar figures, some not. You see the images, ghostly figures, of a male Kalashtar. Behind him seems to be floating a form that is a nightmarish worm figure with crab claws. You also see next to him a drow, female, that's in the room. They're not conversing with each other, they're just looking around the room, sometimes towards Byseilu. You also see this particular drow, has a wicked-looking crossbow on her, holding it. You see next to her a small diplomat of the elemental plane of air, Flotch, in his ghostly visage, just pacing slowly close by. You then see another figure, and that is one of a warforged with a red cape. Even in this ethereal form, you see this redness sort of flow through the light that's shining from an unknown source. So those figures are currently in the room, but one more appears at the last, and it is of a small, hunched over, old gnome with a walking stick. Count Bavi, in her ghostly form, sits, and then they all sit around this evenly spaced out set of chairs, ghostly as well. And Byseilu stops her scribbling, sort of stands up, her back still towards you, but then turns. As she does that, what'd you roll for your stealth?
Did you ask me to re-roll stealth?
No. What'd you roll initially?
27.
Yes, that's right. Okay.
And I'm also invisible.
Sure.
Remind him again.
She's antimatter, right?
Yeah,
She's
that's
not
right.
even there.
She turns and she speaks out, and when she speaks out, you can hear her voice echo in the room. She says, "They are a threat. Together. I have seen it. Their allies watch over them, protect them. Why bring them together but to make them stronger against us?" Count Bavi sort of stretches her small back and says, "Together they can be wiped out more easily. The trap itself is to have them come together, feel love for each other, and make themselves vulnerable." The Warforged says, "What of our agreement?" Byseilu returns with, "It is done. Tiamat accepts the terms, and she will aid your lord in decimating your enemies when the time is right." The drow speaks next. She turns to everyone and says, "You fight your own war with others, seeking the draconic prophecies, sister. Bend them to your will as you wish, but do not interfere with Lolth's deeds in the dwarven lands. We thank you for the means to rid the world of these dwarven nuisances, however, in Lolth's name." Byseilu says, "I drew the Kalashtar in with your request." And she turns to this particular Kalashtar. "What use will this be?" This Kalashtar says, "We beseech you, and hope your powers in this endeavor can overcome her will. Our kind sense she has a piece of our enemy, Ilyanar, and can overcome our goals with this. We have given you power, woman, and in doing so in return do we request your assistance." Byseilu says, "It will be done. Already they travel together. I have," and then she pulls out, or she turns actually, she grabs something from her desk and she holds it up above her. And here seems to be a familiar, unrolled parchment with glyphs that are moving back and forth. She says, "I have written it." Count Bavi pipes up. She says, in her ghostly visage, "Who are you to have such power over the fates of lives unnumbered, dark elf? Whose power do you wield in the veil secreted to offer us such change and potential at the cost of millions?" Byseilu shakes herself, shakes her head, and then her figure shifts, and she becomes larger, her body weirdly moving outward, becoming massive, leathery skin taking over her body. These large wings changing and becoming something that is monstrous, demonic, gargoyle-like. And a familiar sight to you greets you. And you've seen this creature before, one that has called down a great dragon in a vision, a dragon's crown, this archdevil, Frazo Blue, is in your sight. and it becomes ethereal himself. The long, thick whiskers running down his chin, huge wings into existence, and it says, "My champion, a warrior of the material plane, you have pleased me." What are you doing at this point?
Have you shat yourself yet?
So,
They're like, we smell something.
question. No. Question. Do I recognize the color star at all?
Not at face value. You don't recognize if this person is someone you can map before or not. He doesn't look familiar.
And these ethereals, are they all standing together?
About maybe in total about 1 meter apart.
How far from Orlix are they?
Orlix is hanging down from the top, and he's probably about 10 meters high. Quite high.
So is he far away from them or is he quite close?
He's above them directly, in the middle of the room, about 8 to 10 meters high.
How light is this room?
How light?
Or dark?
It's
Or
di-
shadowy?
it's still dim light. Behind some of the pillars, you can make out some shadow.
So risky. Shut up. First of all, is Orlix conscious? Does he look it, I should say?
You can't really make up from this point of where your location is to see what his condition is.
We're at the other end still, so it's only Mara that's down there.
Yes.
So I'm like, Mara, come here.
I'm going to say back to
Are you okay?
Barclays in his head, I'm going to say, shh. And then
Shh, as in, shh, we're fucked.
I say that in his head. And then I want to look at Orlix from my... I definitely am not throwing that arrow. I want to look at Orlix and I want to try and telepathically communicate with him. I want to give him the option to communicate back. I want to say, Orlix, it's Amara. I'm Barclay's friend. Can you hear me?
You hear a response. It is a weak help.
I'm going to say back, I don't think we can right now. Have you seen these ethereals before?
No.
Are they actually here or are they just... Can they see you?
I don't know.
Is it a hologram?
At this, I'm gonna say in Olix's head, before I cut off the communication, I'm gonna say, we will try our best to get back to you. Hang in there.
Oh,
I didn't mean it.
literally hanging.
Wow.
I didn't mean it like that. And then I'm going to shadow step back to the top of the stairs.
Yep.
I'm going to. I can't see these two.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see you either now, can I?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm going to grab these two.
God.
And then I'm going to speak in everyone's head and I'm going to say, this is really bad. This is really bad. Okay, should we leave? I don't know. There are every enemy you could ever imagine in one room. They're all ethereal. So I don't know if they can see us, but Orlix is there. Byseilu is there. Fucking the Warforged is there.
Can we be harmed if they're ethereal? Are they just here?
Do I have any idea if these ethereals could potentially harm us or see us if we were to enter the room?
Make a religion check, please.
While she's doing that, I was also, what were they doing?
You passed your bad luck down to me, you fucking asshole.
Oh, wow.
Totally my fault, viewers.
Jeez.
No.
Next week it's going to be Barclays.
That's a 6.
A 6, you have no idea.
Can I ask everyone else, can I say, do you guys know anything about ethereals?
What were they doing? Were they talking?
Having heard
They
that,
were
do I know
talking.
anything
Did
about
they lift
ethereals?
Religion.
They were talking to her.
Did they lift anything?
No.
You didn't see them lift anything.
No. Not that I could see.
Dan,
Did you fucking see that? That was almost a crack.
Can I
But she's conversing with them.
That's 15.
Use my innate ability to detect fiend and
Back down to.
Sure. The fiend specifically.
fiends and devils.
Sure. First of all, Thulrom, you are aware that and undead are plentiful and were plentiful in the war. And Karnath used plenty of undead to bolster their troops, their troop numbers. And there are ghostly figures, there are specters, there are all manner of ethereal type of creatures which are undead in what do you call it? Sorry. Let me just do this quickly. Better. There are plenty of undead creatures that can cause harm, yes. From the description of what Amara said, there's not enough information that you've received yet to gather if these particular ones would be any danger.
I don't know if these ones can hurt us, but certainly they can.
Come down with me.
I go down now though. I go down.
No. You walk down. I'll jump down.
Where are you jumping from?
Shadow jump.
Well, then just stay with us so we can use your shadow ability.
I have to stay near you or we will.
We need your help.
If we all go down there, we have to be as quiet as humanly possible.
Can I?
She's conversing with them.
Yeah, let me see them.
Can I understand if there's any undead creatures within the area?
So undead.
Undead,
So you're casting the actual spell now, not just using your at-will ability for devils and fiends.
I have a favorite enemy. You have advantage on survival checks to track your favorite enemies as well as intelligence checks
So
to recall information.
So that would be a survival check if you want to sense if there's your favorite enemy around.
Yeah?
Well,
Let's do that.
And your favorite enemy again is undead.
Undead, yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Undead or infernal?
Go for it.
Not 19?
From the description, from the very small description of these ethereal creatures, it doesn't seem like they are undead. So it wouldn't be something that you'd be able to track, as it were, using that particular skill. But if you want to try and sense using your magical ability, you're more than welcome to do that if you'd like. What are we doing?
Amara, I don't think that the creatures here are actually here.
I'm not just worried about that. I'm worried about Byseilu telling them that we are here. Also, Count Baffy is there.
How
Take
many?
that ring off.
How
Get
many?
rid of it. She can track us with it. So then they already know we're here. She has a prophecy. Byseilu is holding a prophecy. I don't need to chase them.
Well, Amara, calm down.
Can I have can I have everyone's passive perception, please?
Passive perception?
Passive, sorry.
13.
Yep.
11.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, that's right.
1 sec.
13.
My laptop's gone.
I don't think they're actually
12.
here, Amara.
12.
I'm not worried about that. He said, however, that Enquiries can still hurt us.
That's fine. They may be on alternate corners of the country.
Those with passive perception 13 or higher, roll a perception check, please.
I don't think mine is.
No, I don't want that dice. That was mean. That was so much worse. That was a 5.
A 5.
Same. 5.
Michele, what have you done to this group?
I have no idea what.
We build a better set and we get worse rolls.
Correct.
Wait,
We need to go
maybe.
look. We need to go. Okay.
Where do I see passive perception?
There we go.
I've just taken my potion of invisibility.
You have? Okay.
I stare at Gunner as he, I guess,
Invisibility.
Takes the
disappears.
potion, yeah.
And I put my hood over,
Mm-hmm.
and I'd like to do a stealth check.
Okay, if you want to do another stealth, sure. What are you doing with that stealth?
Just being hidey.
Yeah, okay. Okay, you're not moving from your spot though?
No.
Okay.
I'll walk down with you this time. Yeah, hold my hand. You can add your last hand. Hold my hand. Okay, everyone hold hands.
So who's going down again?
I'll go down first because I've already been down there. But I'll hold out my hand to. We can't see each other's hands.
Just are we still?
We're still holding hands.
He's got sweaty palms,
I do.
so I know we're still holding his hand.
It's been a long time holding
Let's
hands.
go. I will go first. You just wait 1 second, and then follow after me. Okay, but how do I know when you're coming? Remember, there's a time you need to tell me. Stop at the bottom. Stop at the bottom. Say when you're coming. Tell me. Okay, everyone just listen to the hands. Fuck. And then no need to swear. Sorry. Bad word. Let's go. And then I'm gonna very slowly and sneakily walk down one by one, and yeah.
So who's following Amara?
I too am gonna stealthily and
Okay.
slowly follow.
Alright, make another stealth check, please.
Um,
For those who are going down, what'd you roll?
are you happy with my stealth
Yes.
check? 28.
No? Well, sorry about that, folks.
Speaking of
35.
35. Do you mind just putting that on the on the thing behind you? Thank you.
just put up on the railing,
Oh,
see where the curtain
railing.
is.
I have to roll disadvantage. I rolled a
So
19
you roll it. No,
and
you roll a
17.
straight.
Other way around.
So,
Are you invisible?
Yeah,
So you roll a straight roll because you get advantage.
So which one was first?
19.
Okay, let's use that.
I'm about
Am
to
I?
see
And
myself.
also. do I-
Plus
I can
10,
shit myself.
plus
That's
10
straight.
plus your
29.
modifier.
Cool.
Oh, that's so cool.
So are you all going down?
I'm invisible with the potion.
Good to know.
And I rolled a 25 for
Okay.
the stealth check.
25.
Okay.
Um,
Oh, that's a bad laugh.
that's bad.
That's a bad laugh. That's a wheeze.
Is that a
That's
nat
an
20?
evil
It's
wheeze.
18 for me.
Is that a nat 20?
So you all start walking
18.
down. I'm just gonna,
Hold on a
just
second.
gonna leave my hands like this for a moment.
Stop flexing your muscles.
The GM is happy. It's all bad.
You all start to slowly make your way
Oh
down.
god, hold on to everything.
And
Tornado takes us up and kills us.
and you make your way down the flight of stairs that were initially illusioned and not there. And you slowly, step by step, go down, and you all then, in your vision beyond, you see the same visage of the ethereal creatures walking around. You see Byseilu holding up. You see Byseilu has since been transformed into this ethereal archdevil.
Oh, so in their minds, I'll be like, by the way, Byseilu's a devil. Yeah, I can see.
And
You could have mentioned that before we came down here.
And with that, the form of this large demonic creature shifts again and becomes Byseilu once more, and she says, "Do you see? Do you see? He has given me his power. He is within. Through this we..." And then Count Babi says, "They have come." And with that, you watch as behind the throne, no longer an ethereal Babi, but a real living form. And then behind, a warforged assassin, as the ethereal beings disappear, each one becomes real. The Kalashtar, with this visage of a dreaming dark figure behind it still visible. You then see behind that the drow with this wicked crossbow. And you then see Flotch beyond again with this dual wielding daggers. And Byseilu holds the draconic prophecy above her and says, well, let's begin. And that's where we'll end it tonight.
TPK. Oh no.
Cool, guys.
Hold on. What was that check?
Level 9.
You look at this because I have
No,
not
I have to
moved my hand.
verify this. I'm
I
sorry.
have not moved.
It's gonna be an ad
Level
20.
9?
Oh, really? Oh, is that right? I didn't even know. Didn't even know.
You.
It was just one roll. I cannot believe it. It could have gone differently, but for some reason the dice told the story. So I'm going to finish it up.
It's 1, 2, 1, 2.
Ridiculous. Thank you so much for joining us. If you have stuck around, but rewatch if you want, follow if you can. But we'd love to have you back next week just to have a squiz. To see.
Just to have a squiz.
Yeah, just to see what.
Squiz us, guys.
Just to see how these guys go in the next scenario. But thank you all for watching. Really appreciate it, and have a good evening. And we'll see you next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks for the chat, guys. Come back next week. Look forward to seeing you.